Chapter 1031. Yi Xian, you killed our ancestral shaman and almost wiped out our shaman lineage. Today, you will die under Pangu's true body. Pangu's true body stood indomitable. Its heavy body shattered the starry sky, giving people a feeling that it was as heavy as the world. I am the heavenly Tao. I kill heretics. Tao ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged in the starry sky. The heavenly Tao's killing intent filled the sky and earth. Yi Xian, you deserve this. Rumble. Two rays of green light shot out from the depths of the starry sky. The heavenly sovereign of Tao and virtue and the heavenly sovereign of primordial beginning had arrived together. The saint's killing intent was firmly locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian, return my sister's life. On the other side of the starry sky, the three sovereigns of the human race whistled over. Wisps of human Tao power poured out. With the three tribulations, the entire world was his enemy. Pangu's true body was in the east, Tao ancestor Hongjun was above, Jin Yuanzi and Landia were in the south, Tao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan were in the north, and the three sovereigns of the human race were in the west. With eternal killing intent, he would definitely die. This was a sure-death situation. No one in the three realms could reverse it. Unless Pangu came back to life, no one could save Yi Xian's life. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian laughed wildly at the sky. His laughter was extremely unruly. There was no fear on his face, and his eyes were gradually turning scarlet and ferocious. Alright, since you're all here, I, Yi Xian, will see how you kill me today. Yi Xian roared at the sky. He knew that he would definitely die today, but even if he died, he would not sit still and wait for death. Die. Pangu's true body punched through the starry sky. This was Pangu's physical body. Although there was no cultivation in it, the strength of his physical body alone surpassed Yi Xian's. Pangu's true body. Let me see how capable you are. Yi Xian roared ferociously and punched Pangu's true body. Bang! The two fists collided with each other. Pangu's true body was blown away, but Yi Xian didn't give in. He continued to attack Pangu's true body. Pangu's true body was indeed very strong. Its physical body even surpassed Yi Xian's physical body. However, Pangu's true body did not have any cultivation while Yi Xian was already in the midst of the seven tribulations of the heavenly Tao. His cultivation combined with his physical body directly caused Pangu's true body to show signs of defeat. Clang! Clang! Yi Xian's fists were like stars that filled the sky as they smashed onto Pangu's true body. Pangu's true body was forced to continuously retreat as earth-shattering sounds continuously rang out. Kill him! The three sovereigns of the human race roared furiously, especially Fuxi, whose eyes were filled with hatred. His terrifying power of humanity transformed into ribbons of order that shot towards Yi Xian. Do it! Tao Tianzuan produced a Taiji diagram and sent it towards Yi Xian. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved the Pangu banner and charged towards Yi Xian. Disciple, your great tribulation has arrived. Give your cultivation base to me. Jin Yuanzi transformed into beams of undying demon light. The karmic power that suppressed Yi Xian rippled out and smashed towards Yi Xian. Baby, please turn around. Landia produced his immortal slaying flying saber. The blue gourd opened and a beam of immortal slaying divine light shot towards Yi Xian. Suppress. Tao ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged in the starry sky. He had completely transformed into the will of the heavenly Tao. A world-destroying millstone condensed and came crashing down on Yi Xian. Kill. Yi Xian's expression was mournful. He had encountered an unprecedented tribulation. He roared furiously at the heavens and earth. Clang! Yi Xian shattered Lao Tzu's Taiji diagram with a punch. He turned around and slapped Yuanshi Tianzuan with his palm. The destructive power blasted the two saints into pieces in the starry sky. A rain of blood filled the sky. The two saints died. The two saints of the heavenly Tao were unable to block Yi Xian's attack and were blasted into pieces in the starry sky. But this was not the end. Yi Xian killed the two saints with one strike. However, the chains of order from the three sovereigns had already wrapped around him, trying to kill him in the starry sky. Break! Bang! Yi Xian shook his arms. The chains of order wrapped around him shattered inch by inch. A giant palm that blotted out the sky condensed and slapped towards the three sovereigns. Boom! The three sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. Their auras combined to condense a sky-blotting light curtain. However, under Yi Xian's palm, it was completely shattered. The three sovereigns' chests were bleeding. They were nearly killed by Yi Xian. Clang! Yi Xian suddenly turned his head. When he punched out, the immortal slaying flying saber was shattered into pieces. However, a huge cut appeared on his fist. A large amount of blood dyed his fist red. Bang! 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 Wah! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhen Yuanzi's undying great technique had already bombarded Yi Xian. This great technique had no effect on Yi Xian, but the karma power contained in it completely suppressed him. It also directly injured Yi Xian. The so-called karma power was naturally not cultivated by Zhen Yuanzi. He was Yi Xian's master. Yi Xian's cultivation was given to him by Zhen Yuanzi. Somehow, the karma power that suppressed Yi Xian was produced. This was also the method that Zhen Yuanzi used to suppress Yi Xian. Clang! Pangu's true body punched out, causing Yi Xian to stagger. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body. This also allowed Yi Xian to turn around and send Pangu's true body flying with a punch. However, this was only the beginning. Yi Xian's greatest danger arrived at this moment. The apocalyptic millstone condensed by Tao ancestor Hongjun was crashing down on him. Rumble. The world annihilation millstone rumbled as it rotated. Yi Xian was directly suppressed. The terrifying heavenly energy pressed down on his body, instantly shattering his body inch by inch. Even his flesh, blood, and bones were revealed. Nirvana battle armor. Yi Xian's body was bathed in blood as he roared crazily. The Nirvana battle armor erupted with black lightning and shattered the apocalyptic millstone. However, the Nirvana battle armor also dimmed and instantly disappeared from Yi Xian's body. Kill. Tao ancestor Hongjun was too terrifying. He could kill Yi Xian alone. He pointed the finger of the heavenly Tao, which expanded to a size of 50,000 miles and pressed down on Yi Xian again. I can't accept this. Yi Xian roared at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. He soared into the sky and punched out violently with both fists. However, Tao ancestor Hongjun's finger was too terrifying. It directly suppressed Yi Xian, causing his body to be badly damaged. His entire body fell toward the earth immortal world. Rumble. Yi Xian suddenly smashed into the vast land. However, the finger of the heavenly Tao that was 50,000 miles long whistled down and pressed down on his body. The boundless land collapsed and shattered, and Yi Xian's body became a bloody mess. Barf. A mouthful of blood essence spat out from Yi Xian's mouth. His entire body was dripping with blood, and he'd completely lost the appearance a person should have. However, he still defied the heavens and crazily charged towards Tao ancestor Hongjun. Bang. Tao ancestor Hongjun stepped into the sky and grabbed Yi Xian with his 5 fingers. A giant palm from the sky suppressed Yi Xian in the void. Kill. Pangu's true body rushed over and punched through Yi Xian's chest. Dao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan came back to life and used the boundless art on Yi Xian's body. The 3 sovereigns of the human race were covered in blood, but they still used the chains of order to wrap around Yi Xian. Only Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flickered. He turned into a black fog that covered the sky and drowned Yi Xian. He wanted to devour Yi Xian's cultivation. Obviously, Zhen Yuanzi no longer wanted to occupy Yi Xian's body because Yi Xian would definitely die today. He only wanted to obtain Yi Xian's cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. This was also his true goal. Arg. With the arrival of the great calamity, death was inevitable. Yi Xian's entire body was suppressed between heaven and earth. He roared crazily, unwilling to die between heaven and earth. However, with Tao ancestor Hongjuan's imprisonment, Pangu's true body's bombardment, the few saints adding insult to injury, and Zhen Yuanzi crazily devouring his cultivation, the power of karma made it impossible for him to mobilize a trace of his cultivation. Yi Xian had really reached a dead end. It was tragic, extremely tragic. Yi Xian suffered the most terrifying death in history. This was the horror of the 3 tribulations. They would never give him a chance to live. Chapter 1032. At this critical moment, a beam of sword light streaked across heaven and earth, accompanied by a furious roar. Kill! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tongtian pierced through the ground and unleashed a murderous sword light. The 4 immortal extermination swords crossed the starry sky and the boundless immortal extermination formation appeared. 4 beams of supreme sword light slashed down. No one can save him today. Pangu's true body roared and punched out, sending the 4 immortal extermination swords flying. Lao Tzu and Yuanchi Tianzuan also sent the formation flying. Master, please show mercy. I will definitely persuade him to destroy his cultivation and be imprisoned in Bio Palace forever, never to appear in the world again. Tong Tian crossed the starry sky and looked at the imprisoned Yi Xian with a pale face. He prostrated himself at Tao ancestor Hongjuan's feet and begged bitterly. How dare you, Tong Tian? How dare you stop Master from killing the heretic? Celestial Master Yuanshan rebuked loudly. Tong Tian, you and I are one and the same. We are also saints of the heavenly Tao. Don't associate yourself with Yi Xian, Lao Tzu rebuked coldly. Master, please give him a way out. I beg you. Tong Tian kept kowtowing to Hongjun, for he knew he couldn't save Yi Xian at all. Only Tao ancestor Hongjuan's great mercy could allow Yi Xian to live. Yi Xian defied the heavens and has long since courted death. You may leave. Tao ancestor Hongjun was emotionless and emotionless. At this moment, he had transformed into the will of the heavenly Tao and showed no mercy to Yi Xian at all. Stars of the universe, the absolute heaven of chaos. His roar shattered the starry sky and shook the 3 realms. Mount Buzhou traversed the starry sky and the 33 layers of the celestial court roared furiously. The 2 great formations of heaven and earth covered the starry sky for billions of miles. Celestial Master, we're here to save you. We will live and die together, and we will burn together. Kill! The 33 layers of celestial court charged over and immediately set up the heaven and earth great formations. The Empyrean fairy, who had not been seen for a long time, had a grim expression on her face as she commanded the heaven and earth great formations to rescue Yi Xian. Break! Ziwei Tiandi's expression was cold. He struck out with his saint technique, wanting to save Yi Xian. However, Daoist Lanya also struck out with his palm, turning his attack into dust. Yi Xian's remaining subordinates, you're all courting death. Pangu threw out a punch, shattering the heaven and earth formations. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals were turned into mists of blood and fell into the starry sky. A battle of this level was not something the celestial court could participate in. Ugh, ah. The obliterating millstone was firmly suppressing Yi Xian while Zhen Yuanzi was madly devouring his cultivation. Now that the Tong Tian and the 33 layers of celestial court had come to his rescue, Yi Xian was in utter despair. Go, all of you, go! Yi Xian roared. He knew that neither the Tong Tian nor the 33 layers of celestial court could save him. On the contrary, they would only put themselves in danger. We will live and die together, and we will burn together. The 33 layers of celestial court roared. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with despair in their eyes. They knew that they could not save Yi Xian, but even if they died today, they would use the last of their cultivation. They could not watch as Yi Xian's soul scattered between heaven and earth. Yi Xian, not only will you die today, but the 33 layers of celestial court you created will also perish. I want you to watch them die in front of you with your own eyes. Pangu's true body roared ferociously and charged toward the 33 layers of celestial court. I'll destroy your orthodoxy and make sure you never reincarnate. Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan roared and also charged toward the 33 layers of celestial court. The three human sovereigns were seriously injured, but they also charged toward the 33 layers of celestial court. How dare you? Sect leader Tong Tian roared, and the four immortal slaying swords rumbled. However, before sect leader Tong Tian could make a move, ancestor Hong Jun pointed his finger, and sect leader Tong Tian was imprisoned. The four immortal slaying swords lost all their power and fell down. The celestial court will be destroyed. You can't do anything. Dao ancestor Hongjuan's words were law. Master. Tongtian's eyes were as red as blood. He knelt down powerlessly and let out an extremely shrill roar. Bang! One punch, just one punch. Pangu's true body was so terrifying that it collapsed Mount Buzhou with one punch. The 8 monster kings exploded into a rain of blood, and the immortals from all directions howled miserably. Die, all of you. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved the Pangu banner and brought it down. The 33 layers of celestial court collapsed inch by inch. Dong Wang Tai, Di Jun, and the others were bathed in blood. Bang! Under Dao Tianzuan's attack, Nether River Patriarch turned into a rain of blood and scattered in the starry sky. Puff! Although the three human sovereigns were seriously injured, they were invincible against the celestial court. Kong Xian and the others were bathed in blood, and they kept laughing ferociously. Run! Taishang Laojun suddenly roared. He turned into a beam of light and flew down to the lower realm. He didn't want to be destroyed with the celestial court. Celestial Master, it's not that I, Kunpeng, am not disloyal to you. But today, we are doomed. I don't want to be buried with the celestial court. Demon Master Kunpeng roared bitterly. He revealed his true form and disappeared from the celestial court with a flap of his wings. You traitors! Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen roared. However, their bodies were also cracked by the aftermath of Yuanshi Tianzuan's attack. Obviously, if this continued, not only would the 33 layers of celestial court be buried in the starry sky, but all of them would also perish. Yi Xian, not only will you die today, but your orthodoxy will also be buried with you. Pangu's real body punched out and more than half of the 33 layers of celestial court was destroyed. Countless members of the celestial court died tragically under this attack. Puff! Empyrean Fairy spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Pangu's real body stomped on Empyrean Fairy as if he wanted to trample her to death. We can't live together, but we can die together. If there is an afterlife, I want to love you again. Empyrean Fairy stared blankly at Yi Xian, who was suppressed in the starry sky. A line of clear tears appeared in her eyes, as if she wanted to imprint Yi Xian's face in her soul forever. Ziwei, save her! Yi Xian roared shrilly. Tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. His voice was filled with hatred and anger. His cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao rumbled and rolled. Bang! Pangu's real body stomped on the ground. Empyrean Fairy exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yi Xian was stunned as blood rained down from the sky. Ha ha ha! Pangu's real body laughed wildly. Although he didn't kill Yi Xian with his own hands, killing Empyrean Fairy with one stomp eased his hatred to the extreme. A worthy younger brother, I. Ziwei Tiandi's face was deathly pale. He knelt down heavily, too ashamed to look at Yi Xian. Ah! Why? Why didn't you save her? Yi Xian roared shrilly and angrily, hating the injustice of the heavens. His eyes were fixed on Ziwei Tiandi. Ziwei, you did well. Zhen Yuanzi appeared. Yi Xian, my good disciple, let me tell you a truth that you never knew. Ziwei is actually not my disciple. He is just a good corpse that I severed. He is also a chess piece that I placed beside you, Zhen Yuanzi said in a deep voice. A worthy younger brother, I'm sorry. I really didn't want to do this. Ziwei Tiandi slowly closed his eyes. He was really just a chess piece that had always been controlled by Zhen Yuanzi. The reason why he didn't want to become a saint was because he knew that even after he became a saint, he would still be used by Zhen Yuanzi. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian laughed wildly. He laughed at himself for not being as cunning as Zhen Yuanzi. Even now, he was still tricked by Zhen Yuanzi. It's over. It's all over. My disciple, give up resisting. Zhen Yuanzi let out a long sigh. Yi Xian, you will die today. Pangu's real body roared coldly. Your legend is over. Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. Yi Xian, Nuwa died because of you. Today, I will make you pay with your life. Fushi roared. Chapter 1033. The world was austere, and the starry sky was silent. Boundless killing intent enveloped Yi Xian. Dao ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged in the starry sky, looking down at Yi Xian emotionlessly. The obliteration millstone rumbled as it rotated, suppressing Yi Xian in the starry sky. Today is indeed Yi Xian's death. But even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Yi Xian suddenly looked up. His eyes were scarlet and terrifying. Bolts of black divine lightning flashed around him as the Nirvana battle armor appeared. The entire starry sky shook violently, and the obliteration millstone above his head gradually cracked. Bang! The world annihilation millstone exploded with a loud bang. Yi Xian slowly stood up. The black lightning intertwined with the Nirvana battle armor had even shattered his body. It's useless. Even if the Nirvana battle armor is invulnerable, you can't control the Nirvana power within. You won't be able to survive this calamity, said Zhen Yuanzi with a frown. Human realm. Suddenly, Yi Xian didn't attack Zhen Yuanzi and company. Instead, he suddenly threw out a black bead. A door appeared and instantly sucked in the dilapidated 33-layered celestial court. Run. Never come back. Yi Xian laughed bitterly. The space-time power tore open space, and he suddenly sent the human realm into the spatial rift. Sir, no. Celestial Venerable. We're not leaving. The remnants of the 33-layered celestial court roared, but they had already been exiled into the endless void by Yi Xian. The spatial rift instantly closed, causing the human realm to disappear from the starry sky. You actually refined the human realm? Zhen Yuanzi was stunned, but it was too late to stop him. After exiling the human realm and the 33-layered celestial court into the endless void, Yi Xian fell silent. The terrifying aura around him gradually weakened. Perhaps some people would ask, why didn't Yi Xian escape with him? The reason was very simple. It was because he had been locked onto by Dao ancestor Hongjun. Even if he escaped with the 33 layers of the celestial court into the human realm, Dao ancestor Hongjun could still lock onto his position. This was of no use at all. Instead, it would harm the 33 layers of the celestial court. Yuan Ling, the karma of the past is the karma of today. My cultivation was bestowed upon me by you. Today, I, Yi Xian, will return it all to you. From now on, you and I, master and disciple, owe each other nothing. Tribulation Immortal Technique. Yi Xian let out a mournful roar as the Calamity Transcender technique was activated. His entire body turned into a black fog that covered Jin Yuanzi. This made Jin Yuanzi overjoyed as he frantically began to absorb Yi Xian's cultivation. The so-called Calamity Transcender technique could not only devour the cultivation of others, but also allow others to devour one's own cultivation. Since Yi Xian owed Yuan Ling karma, he would repay it all today. From now on, he and Yuan Ling would not owe each other anything. Stop him. Dao ancestor Hongjuan's complexion changed as he slapped his palm towards Yi Xian and Jin Yuanzi. However, it was already too late. Jin Yuanzi cultivated the immortal scripture, which was of the same origin as Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation was completely absorbed, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Bang! Jin Yuanzi raised his hand and unleashed the heaven-splitting technique, which barely offset Dao ancestor Hongjuan's attack. His whole body retreated hundreds of millions of miles away as he looked at Yi Xian with an extremely complicated gaze. Why? Jin Yuanzi's voice trembled and was puzzled. Monstrous waves were set off in his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was condensing. He was half kneeling in the starry sky, and his cultivation had completely dissipated. Only the wisp of space-time power supported him to not fall. The Nirvana battle armor on his body disappeared again. Clown, your death is not to be regretted. Pangu's true body punched out and directly penetrated Yi Xian's chest. Without the support of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, his body could not withstand the blow of Pangu's true body. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Xian kept coughing up blood, but a sad smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Even if Tao ancestor Hongjun did not kill him, his soul would dissipate between heaven and earth. You all want me to die, and you have finally succeeded. However, before I die, I will give you a big gift. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian kept coughing up blood, and his laughter became more and more tragic. The wisp of space-time power lingered around his body, which was also his last strength. Rumble. Time and space froze as Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the starry sky. His glabella was glowing as a space-time sapling floated out from his glabella, whoosh. The space-time sapling swayed in the starry sky. It was only 3 inches in size, but it strangely grew crazily until it turned into a towering tree that spanned across the boundless starry sky. Yi Xian sat cross-legged under the space-time divine tree. His expression was very calm, so calm that there were no ripples. However, the chanting of sutras sounded from all directions as Yi Xian was enveloped by the space-time power. Traversing the universe's primordial chaos, condensing the heaven-earth mystic yellow, shuttling between the past and the future, the river of time that exists in eternal spacetime, I use my life to call you, rumble. The spacetime divine tree swayed loudly as Yi Xian's flesh and blood gradually disappeared. His entire body turned into a skeleton, and there was no longer any vitality coming from him. He had truly fallen between heaven and earth. However, although Yi Xian had fallen, the spacetime divine tree above his head was swaying wildly. Endless spacetime power emanated from it, causing the sound of waves to surge in the starry sky beyond the 33-layered heavens. Whoosh, an illusory figure was going against the river of time from the future to the present. The waves of time surged endlessly beneath his feet, and the stars in the sky dimmed. Only this figure became the brightest star in the world. Sigh. Calamity is not calamity, difficult is not difficult, leaving a sigh in the eternal void. The heavens and the earth mourned, and the eternity was lonely. This figure went against the river of time to come to the present. His figure was blurry, but he stood silently in front of Yi Xian's skeleton. Bleakness, loneliness, sorrow, and an indescribable loneliness. He looked silently at Yi Xian's skeleton, and a long sigh came from his mouth. You said that you wanted to change the future and break the shackles of fate, but the future me is disappearing. This calamity is not only your calamity, but also mine. Space-time is unpredictable, and time is merciless. This calamity was supposed to be with the help of the heaven-destroying halberd, but why did it become like this? The illusory figure sighed in loneliness. Who are you? The three sovereigns of the human race shouted in shock and anger. The heavens and the earth were solemn, and all spells were silent. The space-time of the entire three realms was stagnant, but it did not affect the starry sky beyond the 33-layered heavens. Who am I? The illusory figure slowly turned around, and his figure gradually solidified. A familiar face appeared before everyone's eyes. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. The three sovereigns of the human race roared in shock. Not only the three sovereigns of the human race, but even Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, was trembling. The will of the heavenly way disappeared without a trace. It was as if the will of the heavenly way was extremely afraid of this person's appearance. Reversing the river of time, breaking the ancient and modern heavens and earth, I came from the future to the present world in order to bury myself in this world, the illusory figure whispered softly. Go to hell. The three sovereigns of the human race trembled and roared. They performed a great human path technique and attacked the illusory figure. Buzz. The black illusory figure was silent, but the three sovereigns of the human race strangely turned into fragments and disappeared in the starry sky. The great human path technique that was attacking him also turned into nothing. Fellow, you came from the future. Tao ancestor Hongjun's face was pale, and his body and mind were trembling to the extreme. This was because the rumbling and surging long river of time made him feel extremely terrified. He only glanced at this black shadow, and he felt his saint heart shaking violently. It was as if the other party could kill him with a single glance. Unfortunately, the black illusory figure did not answer. He did not look at Tao ancestor Hongjun from beginning to end. Instead, he silently looked at Yi Xian's skeleton. I don't have much time left. It's staring at me in the river of time. Whether you can break it and rise again depends on you. The black illusory figure let out a long sigh. Rumble. An ancient bronze coffin appeared. The black illusory figure gently placed Yi Xian's skeleton in the ancient bronze coffin. Then, with a wave of his hand, the ancient bronze coffin carrying Yi Xian's skeleton fell to the mortal world and then mysteriously disappeared. I came from the future to the present world and buried you in this world with my own hands. This period of time has been changed by you. In the future, I will no longer exist. The black illusory figure sighed softly, whoosh. The river of time gradually became illusory, and a pair of ancient ferocious eyes appeared in the river of time. Along with an ancient ferocious roar, the black shadow suddenly shattered and disappeared, and the outside of the 33rd heaven gradually became clear again. Tribulation or not, difficult or not, a sigh was left in the void. Dreams are not dreams, flowers are not flowers, the river of time is still there. A sorrowful voice came from all the worlds. The river of time also dissipated. Only Tao ancestor Hongjun and the others were trembling and speechless. They were completely shocked by this strange thing. Chapter 1034. Time passed quickly, and the world changed. Time was the most merciless. It could wipe away all the sorrow in the heart and erase all the past events. It could bury the past in the dust of time, and it was enough for people to forget the distant and unknown past. Time flew by like a white steed flashing through a crack. The tide of time surged down according to the unchanging laws of time, and it buried the past and covered the dusty history. The old legend, the history of heaven and earth were originally divided into 3 realms. However, a destructive war broke out 3 million years ago, and the 3 realms were shattered. Dao ancestor Hong Jun used his boundless magic power to combine the three realms into one, turning it into a piece of untainted land. It had been 2,999,999 years since the destructive war. In one more year, it would be 3 million years. No one knew what happened 3 million years ago, and no one knew why the destructive war started. That era seemed to have become a fault. No ancient books in the world recorded the history of 3 million years ago. It was as if the era of the untainted land was only 3 million years. Everything about 3 million years ago had become a taboo. Tens of thousands of Daos contended, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. This was an extremely bright and prosperous era, one that had never been seen before. 3 million years had passed, and the untainted land was vast and boundless. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth filled the sky and the earth. In these 3 million years, people who could be called heaven-defying evildoers appeared. There was a peerless demon monarch who rose against the heavens. He could be called the strongest person in the demon clan since ancient times. He held the bell of chaos in his hand and was called the demon monarch. There was also the immortal court, who was in charge of the immortals in the untainted land. Wherever the lord of the immortal court went, all living things would submit to him. There was also the lord of the Wu clan, who could pluck the stars and take the moon. He led the Wu clan to dominate the world and was called the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. There was also the Wushuang ghost monarch who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. All the Yin spirits in the untainted land obeyed his orders. No one in the untainted land dared to compete with him. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, tens of thousands of Daos contended, and created a bright and prosperous era for the untainted land. There was a rising star of the demon tribe who defied the natural order and could be said to be the most talented person in the demon tribe since ancient times. He cultivated the demon monarch battle body and had the cultivation of Daluo Jingxian when he was born. Moreover, it only took him 10,000 years to enter the sage-to-be realm, which shocked all the creatures in the untainted land. There were also 2 celestial monarchs in the immortal court. They were known as the Extreme Yin Fairy and the Extreme Yang Star Monarch. When they came to the world, their bodies released the power of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang. They had also entered the sage-to-be realm at the age of 10,000 years. Ghost Monarch Wu Shuang also had a devil child under him. He was born with the Tao of netherworld reincarnation. With just a blink of his eyes, he could send people into the 6 paths of reincarnation. No one knew how strong he was. There was also the prince of the sorcerer tribe who had attained the body of an ancient sorcerer. When he was born, he was blessed by the 12 ancestral sorcerers. With the cultivation of the Tongtian ground, he could definitely be called a favored one. Time passed quickly. 3 million years. The past was buried and the epoch was severed. No one knew about the history of 3 million years ago, and no one cared about the past. During these 3 million years, talents came out in large numbers from various races. They fought endlessly and had their victories and defeats. All of them wanted to become the lord of the untainted land. Unfortunately, no one could suppress the present world, and no one could unify the untainted land. Moreover, the masters of several major forces were working hard to obtain the sage position. After 3 million years, there was only one sage position left in the world. The 3 pure sages were high and mighty. The Ziwei Tiandi lived in seclusion in outer space. The Hutu saint was supreme in the sorcerer tribe. According to legend, the last sage position was still empty. The greatest wish of the masters of various forces was to become the last sage of the heavenly path. The general history of the untainted land. It recorded the major events in the history of the untainted land and was compiled into a book by various races. However, what surprised the world was that in the general history of the untainted land, only the history within 3 million years was recorded. The history before 3 million years ago was only briefly mentioned. It only recorded that it was a calamity. There were no other records. It was as if there was something that could not be told to the world 3 million years ago. There were also archaeologists who wanted to trace the distant past. Unfortunately, although they found some clues, they closed their doors and did not come out. It was as if they had found a truth that they could not accept. The 33rd Celestial Court, the Immortal Heavenly Lord, Yi Xian. This sentence had long been buried in the dust of time. It was as if someone had deliberately erased this part of history, so that everything about Yi Xian would not appear in the world, let alone be known by all living beings. Although 3 million years had passed since then, some ancient immortals still couldn't forget the dark and tumultuous era. That taboo name was deeply engraved in their minds. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to make it public, nor did they dare to mention it. Because if they spoke that person's name and spoke of that dust-covered history, they themselves would suffer an unimaginable calamity. Because that person's name was the taboo of taboos. If anyone dared to say that name, it meant that his life had come to an end. There was once a genius of the Monster Clan who was favored by the Monster Clan ancestor. He relied on the Monster Clan ancestor's favor to ask the Monster Clan ancestor about the history of 3 million years ago. But when he asked this question, the Monster Clan ancestor's expression changed wildly. Fear flashed through his eyes. He angrily rebuked the descendant and even destroyed his cultivation. He warned the descendant never to mention the history of 3 million years ago. This matter was not only a taboo of the Monster Clan and the Human Clan. It was the same for all the major forces. This kind of thing happened constantly in the various clans. Countless disciples of various clans were severely punished. In the end, the descendants of various clans no longer dared to ask about it. With the passage of time, the history of 3 million years ago had become a taboo in the untainted land. No one cared about the past anymore. On top of a desolate mountain, there was a protruding tomb. 3 ancient trees blotted out the sky, and the chirping of birds could be heard. A few green leaves fell on top of the tomb, and a gentle breeze blew by, blowing the fallen leaves on top of the tomb into the distance. There was a lone grave without a tombstone, and no one worshipped it. It stood alone on this nameless mountain. It had experienced the baptism of time, and no one cared about who the bones in the grave belonged to. Ka, ka, ka. The soil on the tomb loosened and then slowly cracked open. An ancient bronze coffin appeared. This ancient bronze coffin was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Simple runes were carved on the ancient bronze coffin. Rumble. A muffled sound of the coffin opening could be heard. The coffin lid was moving away inch by inch, and a pure white arm slowly stretched out from the ancient bronze coffin. The soil on the coffin lid continued to fall. A pair of arms were completely exposed. A slender figure stood up shakily from the ancient bronze coffin. He was not wearing any shoes. His hair was as white as snow. His eyes were filled with confusion. He stared blankly at the world in front of him. A gentle breeze blew by, causing this person's silver-white hair to flutter in the wind. Chapter 1035. His eyes were blank and slightly sluggish. With the appearance of this person, heaven and earth instantly became still. The sound of insects and birds was originally endless, but at this moment, it suddenly became silent. Even the swaying vegetation in the wind seemed to be frozen. Who am I? The person muttered in confusion. It was him. He slowly closed his eyes. His entire person was like a weathered boulder. He did not open his eyes for a full 3 days and 3 nights, as if he was recalling the dusty past. I passed through the universe, condensed the heaven, and earth, experienced the destruction of my soul, and buried myself with my own hands. The person slowly opened his eyes. The confusion in his eyes disappeared, and a wisp of chaotic light flickered in his eyes. As his eyes opened and closed, a touch of desolation and sorrow flashed past. However, an invisible pressure slowly bloomed around him, and even heaven and earth became still. Who am I? I am Yi Xian. I am Yi Xian who never gave up and fought the heavenly Tao. I am Yi Xian who did not die when the three tribulations came. Yi Xian muttered to himself. His eyes gradually regained their light. Ha ha ha. Rumble. Thunder and lightning descended from the vast sky, and heaven and earth collapsed inch by inch. Yi Xian looked up to the sky and laughed hysterically. His vicissitudes and sorrowful laughter shook heaven and earth. There can be no construction without destruction, and construction after destruction. So this is the true profound meaning of the immortal scripture. Yi Xian said to himself sorrowfully. His entire person became silent. What was immortality? Seeking life in death and standing in life. The so-called true profound meaning of the immortal scripture was only understood by Yi Xian after 3 million years. He finally understood everything. The most heaven-defying part of the immortal scripture was to seek life in death. It buried his tribulation and buried himself. Rumble. A space-time tree sapling flickered between his eyebrows. Wisps of black ripples spread out between heaven and earth. The cultivation of the heavenly Tao's 7 tribulations faintly overflowed. The surrounding space and time were collapsing inch by inch. Even though my soul has been destroyed, I am still immortal. I have broken through the eternal cycle of reincarnation. I am still immortal. I am still me, but where is the person who passed away now? Yi Xian whispered sorrowfully, and a wisp of desolation flashed past his face. He gazed at the heavens and the earth and the surroundings, and he couldn't sense the familiar aura from before any longer. Moreover, he felt extremely unfamiliar with this primeval world. Without destruction, there can be no construction. After destruction, one can shed their cocoon and transform into a butterfly, and be reborn. 3 million years ago, in the battle of destruction, he used his own life to summon the river of time, allowing his future self to personally bury his current self. That battle was too tragic, and he was already at the end of the road. The mysterious fairy died in that battle, and the 33rd celestial court was crippled. He even exiled it into the endless void, and only then did he manage to escape. In that battle, he returned all his cultivation to Yuan Ling, completely severing the karma between him and Yuan Ling. 3 million years later, he was reborn and finally comprehended the ultimate meaning of the undying immortal scripture. 3 million years of sedimentation, from life to death, and from death to life, he struggled between life and death, and that wisp of indestructible will had never been extinguished. In that unseen world, Yi Xian finally comprehended the ultimate meaning of the undying immortal scripture. The so-called cultivation was only a manifestation of power, and was not his true foundation. The so-called calamity was also the karma that he had planted in the past. Although he returned all his cultivation to Yuan Ling, the calamity that he went through was not fake at all. His withered bones regenerated flesh and blood, and his lost cultivation was completely restored within 3 million years. Moreover, he was approaching the 8 calamities of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, after 3 million years, the spacetime seed had already grown into a small tree. Back then, not only did he bury himself, but also the spacetime power that he had painstakingly cultivated. After 3 million years, his cultivation and spacetime power had already grown to an extremely terrifying level. He was already at the peak of the 7 calamities of the heavenly Tao. To put it bluntly, even if Tao ancestor Hongjun stood in front of him at this moment, the outcome of the battle between the two of them would be hard to predict. And if Yi Xian stepped into the 8 calamities of the heavenly Tao, even if Tao ancestor Hongjun had the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, he would still not be a match for Yi Xian. He could only be suppressed by Yi Xian. After 3 million years, he finally remembered the distant past, and the memories in his mind were surging towards him. However, although Yi Xian came back to life 3 million years later, and his cultivation was approaching the 8 calamities of the heavenly Tao, he was not happy. This was because the people and things that he was once familiar with were no longer there. He was the only one left in the vast world. The sea moves horizontally, and time changes. After 3 million years, who will still remember me, Yi Xian? Yi Xian muttered to himself. Loneliness, bleakness, and a touch of sadness. He looked at the world in front of him indifferently, and a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His old friends were no longer around, and the past was buried in the dust of time. However, there were some things that Yi Xian did not forget, and there were some grudges that he had to take revenge for. 3 million years can't cut off the past, and 3 million years can't destroy the karma of the past. Let me, Yi Xian, see what this world has become after 3 million years. Without the existence of heaven and earth, without the appearance of anything, Yi Xian took a step forward, and the heaven and earth were destroyed. If Tao ancestor Hongjun saw such a method, he would probably be extremely shocked, because even he could not catch the trajectory of Yi Xian's departure. Stepping over mountains and rivers, crossing divine mountains and vast oceans, Yi Xian walked all over the eldritch wasteland. The celestial court of the 33 layers no longer existed, and the ancient demon court had disappeared without a trace. Even the underworld that controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation had disappeared. This was a eldritch wasteland where thousands of Daos contended, and it was also a eldritch wasteland where various races competed for hegemony. Time changed, and the mountains and rivers moved. All familiar people and things were buried in the dust of history. Yi Xian seemed to have turned into a mortal walking in the eldritch wasteland. There was no aura around him, and he slowly saw this strange world in his eyes. He once walked alone in the bustling city, admired flowers in the desert, roared in the vast sea, and drank wine and sang with the mortals. He was dead drunk, and he left in sorrow. He looked at the eldritch wasteland and felt that it was extremely strange. Heavenly Cloud Immortal City. In a tavern, there was a square table, a pot of strong wine, and a wine cup. The strong wine was poured into the cup, and Yi Xian drank it all in one gulp. Although it was a mortal thing, the burning sensation of the strong wine in his throat made him somewhat fond of it. He slowly closed his eyes, as if he was searching for the memories hidden in the depths of his mind. Yi Xian drank the strong wine cup after cup. His eyes were somewhat intoxicated, and his body emitted a strong smell of alcohol. It was not the strong wine that made him drunk, but he just wanted to empty his mind and think about the people he missed and the things of the past. Hey, have you heard? The geniuses of various races are gathering at Mount Buzhou to decide who is the #1 of the young generation in the Eldritch Wasteland. Pfft! How can I not know about such a grand event? I heard that these geniuses are all peerless talents, and are valued by the ancestors of various races. This event is simply unprecedented. Hee, you don't know about this, do you? I know a big secret. A burst of enthusiastic conversation came from the corner of the tavern. Several cultivators were discussing in low voices. Chapter 1036. What secret? One of the cultivators asked in surprise. Legend has it that the last strand of primordial violet vapor was buried in Mount Buzhou by Tao ancestor Hongjun himself. Whoever obtains this strand of primordial violet vapor will become a heavenly path sage. Heavenly path sage. Whoosh! Although the cultivators' voices were not loud, the people in the tavern were all cultivators. Naturally, they could hear their conversation, causing an uproar. Fellow Daoist, are you telling the truth? A demon clan cultivator asked in surprise, causing the people in the tavern to look at the cultivators. Of course it's true. It's all over the city now. This event seems to be a competition between the geniuses of various clans, but it's just an excuse. The real purpose is to find the primordial violet vapor. But we're all small cultivators who haven't become immortals. This event has nothing to do with us. I wonder who can find the primordial violet vapor and become the last heavenly path sage. Heavenly path sage is a supreme figure. I think the Lord of the Immortal Court has the highest chance of becoming a sage. I don't think so. That ghost Emperor Wuxia is a Tong Tian. He has the highest chance. Forget it. The last sage must be the Emperor Lord of the Sorcerer Clan. Who can compete with the Emperor Lord of the Sorcerer Clan? A large number of discussions were heard, causing the tavern to become extremely noisy. Bah! How dare these people claim to be invincible? All of a sudden, an old cultivator slammed the table and stood up. He reeked of alcohol and his face was flushed. Obviously, he was the one who said those words. Hey, isn't this great cultivator Lin? Aren't you always in seclusion to study ancient history? What's wrong with you today? How dare you be so disrespectful to the lord of the various clans? That's right. It's fine if you slander the lord of the Immortal Court, but how dare you question the demon clan's emperor? A demon clan cultivator shouted angrily. You old man, you're usually quiet. Why are you so drunk today? You're disturbing us all. Get out of here. The manager of the tavern quickly walked over and kept winking at the old man. Then, he quickly apologized to the cultivators of the various races in the tavern. Dear guests, please don't lower yourself to the level of this drunkard. I'll chase him out right now. Heavenly Cloud Immortal City was a holy land for cultivators. Cultivators from various clans who had yet to become immortals were gathered here. There was not a single mortal here. Naturally, cultivators from various clans were displeased by Great Cultivator Lin's words. At this moment, Great Cultivator Lin suddenly sobered up. Most of the alcohol in his body had dissipated. Sensing the many hostile gazes, he knew that he had caused a great deal of trouble. He hurriedly apologized to the cultivators of various races and quickly walked out the door. Hold on, old man, you boast shamelessly. You must give us an explanation today, or else. Humph! A shaman tribe cultivator spoke out in a sinister manner. It was obvious that he wanted to use the alcohol to play a trick on the old man. Seeing that these people had no intention of letting him go, Great Cultivator Lin's face turned red. Although he was called a great cultivator, it was actually a form of mockery towards him. He had lived in Heavenly Cloud Immortal City for hundreds of years. Aside from his hobby of studying the Great Desolate Era's history, his cultivation base was only at the nascent soul stage. Naturally, he was often looked down upon by others. Fine, don't you want an explanation? Today, even if this old man loses his life, I will tell you who is the true invincible throughout history. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has a temper. The emotions that Great Cultivator Lin had suppressed for many years exploded at this moment, causing the cultivators of various races in the tavern to be stunned. Undying Heavenly Lord Yi Xian. Have you heard of him? Before the people in the tavern could react, the old man roared out. What undying Heavenly Lord? Old man, are you drunk? This was the first time they had heard these words, and a cultivator questioned. What Yi Xian? I have never heard of him. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? A few cultivators frowned and scolded coldly. At this moment, Great Cultivator Lin had nothing to lose. He angrily said, 3 million years ago, there was no such thing as the Great Desolate Era. The entire world was divided into 3 realms, and there were originally 7 heavenly sages. However, during that great calamity, undying Heavenly Lord Yi Xian killed the 2 sages of the West. He even fought against Tao ancestor Hongjuan's Pangu true body in the starry sky. That battle caused the collapse of the 3 realms, resulting in the Great Desolate Era today. If there is anyone in this world who can suppress the invincible throughout history, then it is only the legendary undying Heavenly Lord Yi Xian. Great Cultivator Lin was furious. He pointed at the blue sky and said, Look at the starry sky. Why is there a great heaven ceiling formation protecting it? Because the great battle 3 million years ago had already shattered the starry sky. Even now, it is still filled with the terrifying power left behind by the undying Heavenly Lord. If it were to pour down, the entire Great Desolate Era would suffer a great calamity. Silence. Silence. Extreme silence. When great cultivator Lin finished speaking in anger, an invisible terror spread through the tavern. The faces of the cultivators from various clans who refused to let go were extremely pale. Even though they didn't know about this secret, they knew that the calamity of obliteration from 3 million years ago was a taboo amongst taboo. So long as it was touched in the slightest, it would bring about a fatal calamity. If they knew the outcome would be like this, how could they have dared to make things difficult for great cultivator Lin? This great cultivator Lin knows the history of the Great Desolate Era. I'm afraid his words. A cultivator trembled and his eyes were filled with great fear. Shut up. Old Master Lin drank too much. Did you drink too much too? This is just a joke the old master played with us. Why aren't you apologizing to old Master Lin? The cultivator from the witch clan was extremely terrified and reprimanded the cultivator loudly. Today's matter must not be spread out. Otherwise, we will all be killed. Someone lowered his voice and hurriedly reminded everyone in the tavern. For a moment, the entire tavern was terrifyingly silent. Buzz. All of a sudden, the void changed and a saber light flashed. A head was separated from the body of the demon clan cultivator. Large amounts of blood spurted out from the neck, causing everyone in the tavern to scream. Violating a taboo is a crime punishable by death. Today, everyone in this tavern must die. A murderous voice resounded in the tavern. The zenith heaven immortal light appeared in the tavern and attacked everyone. At this moment, Yi Xian sat alone in front of the window. One of the saber lights slashed at him. This caused his eyes to remain calm. When he opened and closed his eyes, space and time suddenly froze. Bang! The void trembled and a figure fell. An old man in his 50s fell to the ground. Clearly, the zenith heaven immortal art was released by this person. Who dares to interfere with the law enforcement of the immortal court? Thud, thud, thud. Like the auspicious clouds of the 9 heavens, like the rolling clouds of the mountains, Yi Xian strolled to the front of this person and said in a low voice, I see that you are also a zenith heaven immortal. Why do you want to kill these cultivators who have not yet become immortals? Yi Xian's voice was calm and peaceful, untainted by dust. Although his voice was very soft and did not have the slightest aura, an extremely terrifying feeling rose in the Daluo Jinxian's heart. It also made him realize that the black-clothed man in front of him must have an unimaginable cultivation. It was very likely that he was a terrifying quasi-saint. However, he did not show the slightest fear. The zenith heaven immortal light spread out and he said to Yi Xian, no matter which quasi-saint you are, anyone who violates a taboo must die. This is a taboo set by all races. Even if you kill me here today, you will not be able to escape Heavenly Cloud Immortal City. Hearing this person's words, Yi Xian murmured, a taboo of all races. After 3 million years, when I woke up from my slumber, I, Yi Xian, have actually become a taboo. Yi Xian said with a self-deprecating smile. Although Yi Xian's words were soft, they fell clearly into the Daluo Jinxian's ears. He was stunned, as if he could not believe what he had heard. Chapter 1037. This person was the Celestial Court Celestial Inspector and also the law enforcer of the Heavenly Cloud Immortal City. His duty was to monitor the city. If anyone mentioned the matter of 3 million years ago, he would personally kill the person who violated the taboo. It was not just the Heavenly Cloud Immortal City. It was the same in other places. This was a rule set by the various clans and was obeyed by all clans. Although this celestial inspector did not know about the history of 3 million years ago, he had killed countless people who violated the taboo. He knew about the immortal heavenly lord, Yi Xian. He was also very curious. Why were these words so feared by all clans and listed as a taboo existence that could not be touched? However, he had his duty. Moreover, it was filled with great terror, so he did not dare to investigate further. However, the person standing in front of him now called himself Yi Xian and said that he had been asleep for 3 million years. Could he be the legendary immortal heavenly lord? Unfortunately, before the celestial inspector could recover from his thoughts, Yi Xian said softly, the so-called taboo was deliberately set by someone to erase that existence's history. They are just some mortal cultivators. You should leave now. Don't make things difficult for them. Yi Xian flicked his finger, causing time and space to change. The sky patrolling immortal official actually disappeared amidst his shock. After doing all of this, Yi Xian slowly walked out of the tavern. This. Senior. You. Could it be that you are really? As he looked at Yi Xian's departing figure, great cultivator Lin trembled behind him. His eyes revealed an extremely passionate expression. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around and looked at great cultivator Lin. Perhaps I am the person in your heart. Thank you for clearing my name. Yi Xian turned around indifferently. His figure was illusory and had already disappeared from great cultivator Lin's eyes. Bang! Great cultivator Lin fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as if he had lost his soul. This was because he was very sure that the person just now was the legendary taboo existence. Yi. Celestial Venerable Yi. You. Where are you going? Great cultivator Lin shouted in panic. Mount Buzhou is the ruins of the Celestial Court. The souls of the Celestial Court heroes who died for me are buried there. They should not be disturbed by outsiders. Yi Xian's voice drifted into great cultivator Lin's ears, and a golden pill quietly fell into great cultivator Lin's hand. 9 transformations golden pill. Although great cultivator Lin's cultivation base was weak, he was well versed in the history of the great desolate Aeon. He stared at the Jindan in his hand, completely dumbfounded. Legend has it that the 9 transformations golden pill was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. If a cultivator consumed it, they would immediately become an immortal. Great cultivator Lin's soul was shaken by the 9 transformations golden pill in his hand. It's him. It really is him. The person who disappeared for 3 million years has appeared again. Great cultivator Lin trembled as he spoke. He was clearly extremely excited. Mount Buzhou. Vast and majestic, it towered into the clouds. However, Mount Buzhou was in ruins and had completely lost its divine mountain form. The collapsed mountains were continuous, and the huge peak that pierced into the clouds was split into 2. After the devastating battle 3 million years ago, Mount Buzhou had long been devastated. It was no longer as boundless as it was in the past and had completely become a desolate and ruined land. The corpses of the Celestial Court were buried here, and their heroic souls were buried here as well. Every midnight, Mount Buzhou would emit a mournful cry that shook the heavens. The mournful cry of eternity was frightening to hear. Moreover, Mount Buzhou was extremely strange. No matter what your cultivation was, even a sage-to-be would lose the ability to fly when they entered Mount Buzhou. They could only walk on the mountain like a mortal. It was as if there was a force in the unseen world that oppressed all living things. It was an extremely strange place. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, a large number of figures were advancing along the ruined mountain path. Ancient 5-colored chariots streaked across the sky and golden imperial chariots rumbled as they approached. Terrifying power blossomed in this area. However, no matter who arrived, they had to descend from the sky and then walk on foot into Mount Buzhou like mortals. Yi Xian was dressed in black, and his snow-white hair was scattered behind his head. He didn't have the slightest bit of aura around him, as if he was a mortal walking alone in the mountains. This scene also attracted the attention of the people of various races. There was no other reason. The Mount Buzhou festival was organized by all races. Those who came were all great powers of the world. It was said that the leaders of the major factions would also come in person. Those who could enter Mount Buzhou were at least immortals. However, there was no aura around Yi Xian. He was clearly immortal. How could he not attract attention? What a pity. Although Yi Xian was strolling alone, he didn't want to be disturbed by others. Some immortals were curious about him and wanted to ask him questions. However, as soon as they arrived in front of Yi Xian disappeared. Such a strange occurrence shocked some people. They knew that this mysterious person must be a quasi-saint and that they had misjudged him. The mountain was as sharp as a knife and the forest was lush. There was no path to the peak of Mount Buzhou. However, with Yi Xian's arrival, the sorrowful aura of Mount Buzhou grew thicker. Celestial Venerable. Celestial Venerable. Celestial Venerable. The entire Mount Buzhou let out sorrowful cries. This was the mark left behind by the immortal souls. It was as if they had called out to someone in the distant past and waited bitterly for that person's return. Their bodies were buried and their souls were destroyed. However, their immortal wills were still floating in Mount Buzhou. Even if their souls were scattered, their immortal souls were still imprinted in Mount Buzhou. The vicissitudes of life, time flies. I've returned, but where are all of you? Yi Xian let out a long, desolate sigh. It was as if he could see the troops of the heavenly court fighting a bloody battle in the past, and he could even see those familiar figures buried in Mount Buzhou. Ouch! Suddenly, a cry of pain came from a cliff. A young girl fell from the cliff. As she fell on the ground, the people of various races sneered. Little girl. You're just a mere celestial immortal. How dare you participate in such a grand event? I think you'd better go back to where you came from. A member of the celestial court mocked. Humph. The demon race is weak. This girl is only a celestial immortal. Our descendants have already ascended to the realm of primordial at her age, a great shaman said disdainfully. You're a disgrace to the demon race. Who's your master? Why did he let you come here alone? A grand Luo demon king reprimanded the girl with a red face. My master was killed by evil people. Qing Xian only wants to go to the top of the mountain and worship the demon emperor as his master, to avenge him. The demon girl's eyes were red and misty. Her words were choked with sobs. As the girl's words were heard, the mighty figures of various races were stunned. Then, they burst into laughter and looked at the girl with teasing eyes. Ignorant little demon. Why would the demon emperor accept you as his disciple? Leave quickly. Don't disgrace our race. The Grand Luo Demon King reprimanded loudly. The girl also burst into tears. Time flies. A flower withered and a flower bloomed. This must be the karma of the underworld. No one knew when. Yi Xian quietly appeared beside the girl. He looked at the crying girl in front of him and let out a long sigh. This. Big brother, you, the demon girl was helped up by Yi Xian. She wiped away her tears and looked at Yi Xian in confusion. You're Qing Xian? Yi Xian asked softly. When Gu Qingxian and Yi Xian's eyes met, she was stunned on the spot. She felt that Yi Xian's eyes were all-encompassing. It was as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. It was as if she was not facing a person, but the universe. Looking at Gu Qingxuan's dazed face, Yi Xian nodded slowly. However, his eyes were slightly drifting. That distant memory echoed in his mind for a long time. There are always two similar flowers in the world. One withered and the other bloomed. Gu Xiaoxiao, is she really you? Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Big brother. What are you talking about? Gu Qingxian finally came back to her senses and looked at Yi Xian with some fear. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and stroked the girl's hair. Such a sudden action stunned the girl. However, when she looked into Yi Xian's eyes, the wariness in her eyes quietly disappeared. I was young and frivolous. I was unbridled and unbridled. However, a woman died because of me. This is a pain in my heart. Since you can appear again, regardless of whether you are her or not, I will make up for the hatred of my past life in this life. Yi Xian's words puzzled the girl. However, she could feel the sadness in Yi Xian's body. She could only remain silent and did not know what to say. If you want to take revenge for your master, then take me as your master. From now on, you will stand above the heavens in this endless wilderness. This way, you can make up for the hatred I had in my previous life. Yi Xian said softly. Ha! All of a sudden. As Yi Xian's words fell, many mocking voices sounded. The mighty figures of various clans looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. You little brat, how dare you deceive a girl? You really make me feel ashamed. This was the voice of someone from the Immortal Court. Humph, arrogant words. Who do you think you are? The Heavenly Path Sage? Although the sorcerer tribe has the Huta sage, the sage of our tribe does not dare to say such arrogant words. A lot of mocking voices sounded. Obviously, Yi Xian's words were extremely arrogant. It made them think that Yi Xian was trying to abduct the girl from the demon tribe who had just stepped into the celestial immortal realm. Chapter 1038. At this moment, Gu Qingxian stared blankly at Yi Xian. She could not believe her ears. Even a heavenly path sage would not dare to say such arrogant words. Perhaps only Dao ancestor Hongjun would dare to say such words. You don't want to. Yi Xian said faintly. Gu Qingxian wanted to scold Yi Xian for his evil intentions, but when she looked at Yi Xian's calm eyes, she could not say anything. Qingxian greets master. After a dozen breaths of time, Gu Qingxuan's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. She bowed to Yi Xian. Silence, silence, extreme silence. Gu Qingxuan's action made everyone speechless. Then, all kinds of sneers sounded. Is this demon clan girl a fool? You have disgraced the demon clan. A grand Luo demon king scolded angrily. All right. Yi Xian ignored the sneers because these people were just ants in his eyes. Why would he care about the opinions of ants? Since you have acknowledged me as your master, then come with me. After saying this, Yi Xian waved at Gu Qingxian. Then, he stepped into the air and strolled toward the peak of Mount Buzhou. When this scene unfolded, the entire place was in an uproar. Everyone was in awe and could not believe their eyes. One should know that it was impossible to walk on Mount Buzhou. Even a pre-saint was no exception. But what did they see? Someone could walk on Mount Buzhou. This simply subverted their understanding. Peak pre-saint. He must be a peak pre-saint. A great Luo golden immortal whispered in shock, causing the faces of the surrounding people to turn pale. As they recalled the scene of them mocking Yi Xian, large amounts of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. On the peak of Mount Buzhou, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at the entire Mount Buzhou. However, he could no longer see the 33 layers of the celestial court. This made him sigh helplessly. Master, are you a pre-saint? Gu Qingxian bit her lips and looked at Yi Xian nervously. No. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Then you are Daoyuo Jingxian? Gu Qingxian was slightly disappointed. I am not an immortal. Yi Xian said lightly. Master, you are not a saint, are you? Gu Qingxian pouted and said in a fit of pique. Why did he have to be so secretive after acknowledging a master? Saint. Yi Xian smiled. And looked down on Mount Buzhou and Hongjun. He. In the three realms. And Hongjun is. You are boasting. Gu Qingxian was stunned at first. Then, her face turned red. She did not expect to have a liar as her master. No. I have to find the great demon emperor. I have to learn the skills of the Tong Tian to avenge my master. Don't lie to me in the future. Gu Qingxian was about to leave with a complicated expression. This is the peak of Mount Buzhou. If you want to find the so-called great demon emperor, they will definitely come here. Yi Xian said softly. Ah. This is the peak of Mount Buzhou. Gu Qingxian was surprised. Yi Xian lightly shook his head as he looked at Gu Qingshuan's innocent little face. This girl looked exactly the same as Gu Xiaoxiao from back then. Even the way she spoke was so similar. Look, they are already here. I wonder if the great demon emperor you mentioned is among them. Yi Xian pointed at the mountain below and smiled. Indeed, a large number of figures were climbing up the mountain wall towards the peak of Buzhou Mountain. In just a few breaths of time, they had all arrived at the peak of Buzhou Mountain. However, when they saw Yi Xian and Gu Qingxian, the atmosphere in the area suddenly froze. Who are you? The sun and moon twin stars frowned as they looked at Yi Xian. To think that someone would arrive here before them. I don't care who you are. This is not a place for you to stay. Hurry up and leave. The prince of the demon race scolded coldly. Interesting. To think that your shaman here can't tell what your cultivation state is. The prince of the witch race looked at Yi Xian in surprise. May I know where you are from, friend? A young ghost cultivator squinted his eyes. What a pity, these so-called geniuses of the future generations did not even deserve Yi Xian's attention. He was only looking at the entire Mount Buzhou from afar as a desolate aura emanated from him. Let's hurry up and leave. They are all geniuses of the various races. Gu Qingshuan's face was pale as she tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve secretly. Seems like you know us, little brat. Taiyin Fairy chuckled. Brother, may I know where your master is? The young ghost cultivator tried to probe. The moment he caught sight of Yi Xian, he felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. Many of my subordinates are buried here. You guys shouldn't disturb their rest. Return to where you came from. Yi Xian replied calmly. Seems like you're after the Hongmeng Immortal Qi as well. The Sun Lord laughed coldly. I'll only give you guys 10 breaths of time to consider. If you guys are still unwilling to leave after 10 breaths of time, all of you can stay behind. Yi Xian said softly. Acting all high and mighty. I'll kill you. The Sun Lord roared out coldly as the true sun flame burst forth, covering the entire sky and drowning Yi Xian. Bam! Yi Xian did not move at all. His eyes flickered, only to see that the true sun flame had already dissipated without a trace. The entire world froze. My body. Why can't I move? How could this be? The faces of these geniuses changed. They felt as though they had sunk into a quagmire. Even moving a single finger was extremely difficult for them. The way they looked at Yi Xian was filled with fear. Little brat, since you've taken me as your master, I'll naturally not mistreat you. Today, I'll bestow upon you the cultivation base of a Tong Tian. However, the condition is that you have to kill all of them. Are you willing to do that? Yi Xian did not even look at these geniuses. Instead, he looked straight at Gu Qingxian. Kill them. Even though Gu Qingxian was pure and innocent, she was no fool. She had long been stunned by Yi Xian's methods. She knew that she must have met with an extremely powerful person. I don't dare, and why do you want to kill them? Gu Qingxian asked with a pale face. Because they disturbed the rest of the heroic spirits of the celestial court. Therefore, they must die. If I personally kill them, it will inevitably be seen as bullying. However, you're different. If you kill them, it'll be considered a fight between peers, Yi Xian said softly. No. I don't want to kill them. Gu Qingxian quickly shook her head. Sigh. Looking at Gu Qingshuan's pale face, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Back then, Gu Xiaoxiao was an extremely kind person. He did not expect that this little girl from the demon clan would be the same. The great Tongtian path is paved with corpses and bones. Once you embark on this path of cultivation, you'll never be able to turn back. Only by stepping on piles of corpses and bones can you truly become a powerful person. Yi Xian sighed softly. I don't want. I don't want to take you as my master, and I don't want to kill them. Gu Qingxian kept retreating. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Yi Xian. Chapter 1039. Some things can't be refused, just like you can't refuse me now. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Rumble. The power of time and space rippled out and drowned Gu Qingxian in an instant. Yi Xian pointed at Gu Qingshuan's glabella with one finger and the vast and endless cultivation gushed into her body. The power of time and space, the peak cultivation of the 7 tribulations of heavenly Tao. At this moment, Yi Xian was absolutely invincible in the world. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun had to be wary of him. It was a piece of cake for Yi Xian to make someone step into the realm of sage to be directly. Ah, it's so hot. I'm so hot. Gu Qingxian wailed as her cultivation rose at a terrifying speed. Xian Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Xuanxin. All Heaven Golden Immortal. First Heaven of Daluo. Ninth Heaven of Daluo. Bang! Tongtian moved the ground and shook the surroundings. Gu Qingxian broke through the 9th heaven of Daluo and entered the realm of Sage to be directly. How is this possible? Such a scene made the future heaven's favorites scream in horror. They had never seen such a terrifying thing. A mere celestial immortal stepped into the realm of Sage to be in just a dozen breaths' time. It was simply absurd. They couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. However, when this scene happened before their eyes, the future heaven's favorites were completely dumbfounded. An extreme sense of fear grew in their hearts. To be able to turn a mere celestial immortal into a sage to be, how terrifying was this person's cultivation? A heavenly Tao sage? No. Even a heavenly Tao sage couldn't have such a heaven-defying method. This was already against the governance of the heavenly Tao. Kill them. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back and didn't allow Gu Qingxian to refuse. An invisible force made Gu Qingxian move and condensed an immortal slaying sword in her hand. No. I don't want to kill anyone. Gu Qingxian screamed in fear. However, she couldn't control herself and walked towards the future heaven's favorites. Kill. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he let out an explosive shout. No. Whoosh, the world was in chaos, and the sword light was howling. Gu Qingxian was like a puppet, unleashing sword light that filled the sky. In an instant, the heads of these future geniuses were cut off. The blood that sprayed out stained her entire body. Ah! Clang! Gu Qingxian screamed in terror, and the immortal slaying sword in her hand fell to the ground. This was the first time she had killed someone, and it was a prodigy from various clans. This made her extremely terrified. Whoosh! The heavens and earth exploded, and the void collapsed. The boundless sky rumbled, and several rays of light surged from the horizon. 9 golden dragons pulled a white jade chariot over. A majestic golden figure walked out of the chariot. He ignored the rule of Mount Buzhou and strolled towards the mountain peak. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, why did you kill the sovereign prince of my demon race? An enchanting figure slowly walked over. It was a woman with a monstrous demonic aura. Her face was peerless and gave people a cold and flawless feeling. However, the aura of a peak quasi-saint was emitted from her body. It was simply frightening. Whoosh, whoosh. Gu Qingxuan's face was pale. When these people appeared at the peak of Mount Buzhou at the same time, she was trembling all over. She knew very well that these people were the supreme figures in the world. Other than the heavenly path saints, no one dared to go against their will. At the same time, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Clang, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qi Yu's expression was heavy as he looked at Yi Xian with extreme bewilderment. This was because he'd never heard of such a terrifying person. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't have the might of the heavenly Tao, he would have thought that Yi Xian was the new heavenly Tao saint. Chapter 1040. Ha! Qi Yu was stunned. He felt that he had seen Yi Xian's face somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where. Obviously, 3 million years was too long. It was so long that one could forget Yi Xian completely. Qi Yu had only seen Yi Xian a few times in the past, so it was normal that he couldn't remember what Yi Xian looked like. 3 million years. You are. Qi Yu stared at Yi Xian in a daze. He couldn't stop recalling Yi Xian's face in his mind, and his brows were knitted together. 3 million years. 3 million years. Qi Yu murmured to himself. The memories hidden in the depths of his mind were surging up. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning from the 9 heavens, like the stars in the sky exploding, Qi Yu froze on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Yi Xian abruptly, but in the next moment, his face turned extremely pale. You are. Dang dang dang. Qi Yu took a few steps back. His body was trembling violently. He stared at Yi Xian with a deadly gaze. His scalp felt as if it was about to explode, and his teeth were chattering non-stop. Seems like you have remembered. Yi Xian said softly. No. Qi Yu screamed in horror. The witchcraft light around him was extremely chaotic. He looked at Yi Xian with trembling eyes as if he had gone crazy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's dead. He died 3 million years ago. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. Bam! Qi Yu fell to the ground and screamed in a trembling voice, as if he was in extreme fear. Who cares who he is? Let's kill him together and get the Hongmeng immortal vapor first. The master of the immortal court shouted. Do you guys like the Hongmeng immortal vapor that much? Yi Xian said faintly. He flipped his hand and another Hongmeng immortal vapor appeared in his hand. When the 2 Hongmeng immortal vapor floated in Yi Xian's palm, the entire place fell silent. How is this possible? The monster empress screamed in horror. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Kill him. The lord of the immortal court suddenly came back to his senses. He unleashed the Tongtian immortal light and charged at Yi Xian again. The others also came back to their senses in an instant. They frantically charged at Yi Xian with greed in their eyes. Don't go. Come back. You can't kill him. Suddenly, Qi Yu trembled and roared, his eyes filled with great despair. Unfortunately, these people were blinded by greed. How could they listen to Qi Yu's dissuasion? The few of them had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Freeze. Heaven and earth came to a standstill. A simple word came from Yi Xian's mouth. These people were strangely frozen in the void. The wind was calm and the clouds were calm. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as vast and boundless as the universe. Anyone who looked into his eyes would feel as if they were about to sink into them. Run. Qi Yu couldn't care less about the lord of the immortal court and these idiots. He directly soared into the sky, turned into a ray of light, and fled from Mount Buzhou. No one knew how terrified Qi Yu was at this moment because none of them had experienced the catastrophe of 3 million years ago. Since you're an old friend, why do you want to leave after seeing me? Yi Xian let out a long sigh. He didn't do anything, but Qi Yu appeared beside him strangely. He couldn't escape at all. Why? Why? Why are you still alive? Qi Yu was trembling all over. His eyes were full of despair. He even trembled as he shouted at Yi Xian. Heaven and earth are destroyed, but I'm not. Everything decays, but I'm immortal. I stand above the heavens and look down on the world. This is my law and Tao, Yi Xian said softly. Who are you? The Lord of the Immortal Court roared in horror. He was completely shocked by Yi Xian's cultivation. An extreme fear grew in his heart. Who is he? You don't know who he is? Qi Yu sighed sadly and said, he's the immortal heavenly lord who suppressed the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. He's Yi Xian who fought with Tao ancestor Hong Jun 3 million years ago. He's Yi Tiandi. Now you know who he is, right? Boom. When Qi Yu's words fell, the Lord of the Immortal Court and the others were completely stunned on the spot. A silent terror filled the entire world. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. Forbidden existence, he's the forbidden existence 3 million years ago. Ghost Emperor Wushuang roared with a trembling voice. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. He couldn't believe this fact. Thousands of tribulations, thousands of difficulties, the past that can't be severed, the past that can't be forgotten. You shouldn't have come to Mount Buzhou to disturb their slumber. Since you're here, stay, Yi Xian whispered faintly. Rumble. A giant palm that blotted out the sky condensed in the sky. The mighty power that could suppress heaven and earth bloomed with a loud bang, as if it would kill the Lord of the Immortal Court and the others in the next moment. Uncle, don't kill me. Suddenly, the Lord of the Immortal Court let out a mournful cry. This also stunned Yi Xian. The giant palm that blotted out the sky suddenly disappeared. What did you call me? Yi Xian frowned slightly and asked. Uncle, my mother is Yi Yaoyue. The Lord of the Immortal Court said quickly. Yaoyue. Yi Xian was stunned and said, you're Yaoyue's child. Uncle, I'm Shuang, her. You've hugged me and my big brother before. The Empress of the Demon Clan said sadly. You're Yaoyue's children. Yi Xian was stunned. He carefully looked at the faces of the Lord of the Immortal Court and the Empress of the Demon Clan. Indeed, he found the outlines of Yi Yaoyue and Li Yuyun. Uncle, you remember? The Lord of the Immortal Court exclaimed in joy. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much. Yi Xian sighed as he recalled the scene of Yi Yaoyu's children calling him uncle. He didn't expect that after 3 million years, the child from back then had already grown up and become an existence at the peak of the quasi-sage realm. Time was like a song. Yi Xian sighed. It turned out that time could really change many things. Where's your mother? Yi Xian undid the restrictions on the two. The Lord of the Immortal Court and the Empress of the Demon Clan hurriedly knelt at Yi Xian's feet with reverence on their faces. Uncle, my mother died from qi deviation when she tried to break through to the quasi-saint realm. She has been dead for many years. The Lord of the Immortal Court said sadly. I'm sorry. Thinking back to all those years ago, in order to nurture the space-time seed and step into the 6 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he schemed against Li Yuyun, causing the family of 3 to be separated. Yi Xian felt a sense of guilt. Uncle, my big brother and I thought you were long gone. We didn't expect you to still be alive. You're our last family member. The Empress of the Demon Clan said sadly. Good, good, good. When one was old, they would always be nostalgic. Even Yi Xian sighed. He looked at Yi Yaoyue's children with a slightly gentle expression, his eyes filled with gratification. Chapter 1041. Uncle, please spare their lives, the Lord of the Immortal Court kowtowed 3 times to Yi Xian, pleading for mercy for Qiyu and the others. I promise you. Yi Xian nodded slowly. Senior, be careful. Suddenly, Gu Qingxian screamed in horror, but it was too late. Yi Xian, go to hell. Rumble. The Lord of the Immortal Court and the Empress of the Demon Clan attacked violently. The immortal demon light blasted Yi Xian away and penetrated Yi Xian's heart, making him fall hard on the top of Mount Buzhou. Ha ha ha. The Lord of the Immortal Court and the Empress of the Demon Clan laughed wildly, and 2 Hongmeng immortal chi fell into their hands. Yi Xian, you bastard. You killed my father and even caused my mother's cultivation to go berserk. The 2 of us siblings wish we could eat your flesh and drink your blood. The master of the Immortal Court roared, his eyes as red as blood. Uncle, you are truly our good uncle. Your saint heart has been pierced through by us 2 siblings. Today, we will make sure that you die without a burial ground. The Empress of the Demon Race rebuked in a lovable voice. Senior. Gu Qingxian cried out sadly. You 2 idiots. Suddenly, Qiyu shouted angrily. He looked at the Lord of the Immortal Court and the Empress of the Demon Clan as if he was looking at idiots. His eyes were filled with great despair. Who was Yi Xian? He was the immortal heavenly lord, an invincible existence in the 3 realms. Even Dao ancestor Hongjuan's Pangu real body and several sages couldn't kill him. How could he die in the hands of 2 sage-to-be juniors today? Alas! Suddenly, a long sigh came between heaven and earth. Yi Xian's body, which had collapsed on the ground, turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. He strangely appeared in front of the Lord of the Immortal Court and the Empress of the Demon Clan, without any injuries on his body. Silence. Silence, a deathly silence. The Lord of the Immortal Court and the Empress of the Demon Clan were completely stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. They had clearly succeeded in their attack just now. How could this be the result? Plop. The Lord of the Immortal Court and the Empress of the Demon Race knelt down powerlessly. Uncle, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Uncle, we were wrong. We really don't dare to do it again. The siblings were deathly pale, constantly kowtowing and begging Yi Xian, their eyes filled with extreme fear. Actually, Uncle really doesn't blame you. Yi Xian's face was expressionless, and his voice was gentle and full of vicissitudes. Gazing at the heavens without uttering a word, hearing the earth move without being alarmed. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. A desolate aura surrounded him, and his eyes were filled with deep loneliness and desolation. Back then, I killed your father, and your mother also died from qi deviation. I'm sure it had a lot to do with me, so it's reasonable for you to hate me. Yi Xian said softly. Uncle, we were wrong. We shouldn't have hated you, the Immortal Court Master said with a trembling voice. In fact, you're not wrong. I'm the only one who's wrong. In order to embark on the Tongtian path, I've given up too many things along the way. Yi Xian laughed at himself and whispered, I've given up family, friends, and love one by one for the sake of the Tongtian path. This path is too long, and extremely difficult to traverse. I can only give up on these things, only then will I be able to traverse lightly, step by step towards the peak of the 9 heavens. Maybe this is the price of invincibility. In this world, you have to give up something to gain something. I've given up some things, so I've also gained some things. This is also the truth of the great Tao. I should have been prepared. All of you, get up. Yi Xian gently helped the siblings up. Uncle, we. The Immortal Court Master whispered in a trembling voice, not daring to look at Yi Xian's eyes. You can go. Yi Xian waved his hand. Uncle, are you really letting us go? The Demon Empress's eyes flashed with a touch of joy. Go. Yi Xian let out a long sigh, and the lonely and desolate aura around him grew stronger. "Uncle, goodbye." The demon empress bowed and left. She even secretly gave the immortal court master a look. The two of them carefully retreated, and then soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Yaoyue, don't blame me. Hatred can make a person lose his mind and live in pain forever. I'll send them to see you now. Yi Xian whispered in a lonely voice. Rumble. The sword pointed across the sky, destroying all things. Yi Xian pointed at the sky, and a giant finger suddenly appeared in front of the siblings, instantly turning them into a bloody mist. If you don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow again when the spring breeze blows. This was a sentence that Yi Xian had always believed in. Although Yi Xian didn't care about the siblings, for Yi Xian, since he had already killed Li Yuyun and Yi Yaoyue was no longer in this world, then he would send them to hell together. Moreover, Yi Xian had already seen that the siblings cultivated the sage's cultivation method. If he was not mistaken, the siblings' masters were Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Hatred could make a person crazy, and the only way to make hatred dissipate was to kill. This was also Yi Xian's principle. Just as Yi Xian had said just now, he had given up too many things along the way, and the so-called pity had long been abandoned. So sending the siblings to hell was the best solution. What was karma? Karma engendered each other and circulated endlessly. Only by destroying everything, karma would naturally dissipate. Yi Xian, you're so cruel. Qi Yu cried out in fear as he looked at Yi Xian with an extremely terrified expression. Qi Yu, you were a sage to be 3 million years ago, and you're still a sage to be 3 million years later. Do you know why you can't become a heavenly sage? Lu Jia whispered faintly. Why? Qi Yu said in a daze. Because you're not cruel enough, and you're not vicious enough. You don't dare to leave the Wu tribe and create your own world. So you'll always be a sage to be, and you'll always be under others. Lu Jia said faintly. You originally had a very good starting point. The Wu tribe was born with an extremely strong physical body, and you're the most powerful person under the 12 ancestors of sorcery. If you had planned well for eternity, you wouldn't be a mere sage to be today. You'd definitely be comparable to a heavenly sage. Unfortunately, you're too stupid, and today you'll die here. Yi Xian whispered. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Qi Yu laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. He stared at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, perhaps you're right, and that's why you've come this far. But so what? Look back. Whether it's your enemies or your friends, do you have anyone by your side? Even if you stand above the 9 heavens, only loneliness will accompany you. Even if there's no one in this world who can keep you in check, you'll always live in loneliness. Qi Yu laughed loudly. Shut up. Yi Xian suddenly roared. His face was extremely ferocious, because what Qi Yu said was the biggest pain in his heart. Boom! Qi Yu exploded into a bloody mist, and his soul scattered between heaven and earth. Yi Xian closed his eyes slightly, trying to calm his fluctuating emotions. The 6 desires are emotionless, and heaven and earth are heartless. This is the path I've taken. If I can become the saint of all saints, I'll reverse the reincarnation of heaven and earth, and make up for all my regrets in the past. Yi Xian roared to the sky. Chapter 1042. Say. Senior, are you all right? Gu Qingxuan's face was pale. Apparently, she was frightened by Yi Xian. Phew. Yi Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His expression gradually calmed down. However, the strange thing was that all the creatures of various races who stepped into Mount Buzhou were turned into ashes and no longer existed in the world. Under Yi Xian's will, the space and time of this world were in extreme disorder. All the creatures in Mount Buzhou were quietly exterminated because they disturbed the slumber of the celestial court's heroic spirits. Yi Xian would never let them live. With a thought, he could destroy the world. With a glance, everything would collapse. Wherever Yi Xian's will went, all the creatures would turn into ashes. Gu Qinxian was stunned by this earth-shattering cultivation. You are born kind and don't like to compete with others. This cultivation method is moderate and peaceful. It suits you best. Yi Xian pointed at Gu Qinxian and an immortal character merged into her glabella. Thank you, Master. Gu Qinxian was afraid of Yi Xian because he killed people as if they were weeds. However, she was indebted to Yi Xian and he helped her become a sage-to-be. Therefore, she still called him Master. Our fate has come to an end. You can leave now. Yi Xian said softly. You want to drive me away? Gu Qinxian bit her teeth and showed a complicated expression. This place is not suitable for you. I accepted you as my disciple because you are very similar to someone in the past. Now that our fate has come to an end, there is no need for you to stay. Yi Xian said softly. Won't you leave? Gu Qinxian asked nervously. A smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. He looked up at the vast sky and murmured, I can't leave yet. I have to bring them back here. They have waited for me for 3 million years. Go. Yi Xian waved his sleeve, causing a violent wind to blow. In an instant, Gu Qinxian was blown away and completely disappeared from Buzhou Mountain. At the top of Mount Buzhou, Yi Xian stretched out his arms. His snow-white hair danced in the gust of wind. The power of time and space rippled around him and the whole Mount Buzhou was rumbling and shaking. The vicissitudes of life, time flies. Those who are drifting in the boundless void, it is time for you to return. Rumble. The power of spacetime filled the world, and a gate opened in the sky. Earth-shattering roars rang out from the gate, and the sound of waves could be faintly heard. Crack. Bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. The astral winds of the 9 heavens howled violently. The gate of heaven and earth rumbled as countless silhouettes appeared from the gate. He's still alive. The sky sovereign is still alive. The roar shattered the mountains and rivers, and the heaven and earth trembled. The 33 layers of celestial heavens emerged from the gate of heaven and earth. The broken celestial islands were filled with people, and the crowd covered the sky. He's back. We're back. Celestial Lord is alive. Celestial Lord is alive. It's been 3 million years. We've waited for 3 million years. The 33 celestial court stretched across the sky. Yi Xian saw a bunch of familiar figures appear. This made Yi Xian feel very relieved. Rumble. The 33 celestial court descended and the figures that covered the sky shot toward Yi Xian. Sir. Brother Yi. Celestial Lord. Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen's faces were full of tears. Kong Xian, Dong Huang Tai, Di Jun, many familiar figures appeared in front of Yi Xian. The people of the celestial court rushed over and knelt in front of Yi Xian. The celestial soldiers and celestial generals that covered the sky also knelt down at this moment. Yi Xian has wronged all of you. All of you, get up. Yi Xian waved his hand and a gentle force lifted the people of the celestial court. Dong Huang Tai, your bell of chaos. Qi. Yi Xian threw the bell of chaos at Dong Huang Tai. This made Dong Huang Tai's eyes blurry with tears. He took the divine artifact that he had lost for 3 million years. The world was silent and choked with sobs. They had not seen each other for 3 million years. Whether it was Yi Xian or the remnants of the celestial court, they looked at each other in silence. They had many things to say in their hearts, but they did not know what to say at this moment. Tears flowed down everyone's cheeks. The sound of sobbing could be heard in the world. The atmosphere of joy and sadness continued to grow. It's been 3 million years. It's good to see all of you again. Yi Xian said hoarsely. Mister, we want revenge. Gu Beichen held the demonic blade in his hand. His eyes were as red as blood. No one could forget the battle 3 million years ago. The 33rd Celestial Court was crippled. They drifted in the endless void for 3 million years. No one knew how much hatred they had accumulated. The hatred of the past shall be settled today. Those who destroyed the Celestial Court, none of them shall live. Yi Xian said coldly. Rumble. The world shook and time stagnated. Yi Xian's arms seemed to be holding up the universe. The broken 33rd Celestial Court was quickly restored. The broken southern heavenly gate rose from the ground. The ruined pavilions and palaces were also restored to their original state. Chi chi chi. Rubble flew through the air, and multicolored light shone brightly. The broken Buzhou mountain was rumbling, and with each ray of multicolored light, the broken mountain was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. The 33rd Celestial Court once again coiled around Mount Buzhou. Auspicious light soared into the sky. The war drums of the Celestial Court rumbled. The angry roars of conquering the world rumbled. Sky Sovereign, give the order. The Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and the others knelt down. The remnants of the heavenly court that blotted out the sky roared angrily into the sky. The killing intent of the heavens and earth surged in all directions. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with crimson eyes. They had waited for too long. They had waited for 3 million years. Today, they had returned. The hatred that they had suppressed for 3 million years must be vented. Pass down this sovereign's decree. As long as it's a shaman, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Yi Xian coldly spoke, causing the entire world to rumble. Kill. Rumble. The war drums of slaughter were beating. The 9 heavens' thunder was exploding. The Mount Buzhou soared into the sky, carrying the 33rd Celestial Court across the sky. The hatred that had been suppressed for 3 million years was finally going to erupt today. Those who had participated in the destruction of the Celestial Court in the past would all settle old scores with them. The whole world was shocked. Heaven and earth shook. When the 33rd Celestial Court returned to this world, when the earth-shaking battle cries resounded through the untainted land, it directly caused a terrible change in the whole untainted land. Outside the 33rd heaven. Aquamarine Palace. Tong Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His calm face turned into great surprise. He's still alive. He's still alive. The Celestial Court has returned. The Celestial Court has returned. Ha! Tong Tian suddenly stood up. He was laughing wildly. The 4 immortal slaying swords surrounded his body. When he took a step, he instantly disappeared from the Aquamarine Palace. Chapter 1043. At the same time. 8 Visions Palace. Dao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan's faces were pale as their bodies trembled violently. An indescribable terror filled their hearts. How is this possible? How can he still be alive? It can't be, it can't be. Back then, he turned into a pile of bones and his soul was scattered between heaven and earth. Dao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan trembled as they roared. The heavenly divine light on their bodies was extremely chaotic. What do we do? What do we do? Yuanshi Tianzuan muttered in fear. Thinking about the disaster that Yi Xian brought to him, his heart was filled with extreme fear. Let's go, we can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, when he finds this place, you and I will definitely die in his hands. Suddenly, Dao Tianzuan spoke in a trembling voice. He called out to Yuanshi Tianzuan and shot off. This also caused Yuanshi Tianzuan to quickly follow. The two sages completely disappeared from Eight Visions Palace. Obviously, Yi Xian had reappeared in the world and led the 33, celestial court to kill the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe would probably not be able to escape this calamity. The 12 ancient ancestors of the sorcerer tribe would all fall. This was already an irrefutable fact. Once Yi Xian finished off the sorcerer tribe, the two of them would definitely be next. If they continued to stay in Eight Visions Palace, it would undoubtedly be an act of suicide. Now, the only way out for the two sages was to go to Ancestor Hongjun's Purple Cloud Palace. Only by following Ancestor Hongjun would they be able to protect their lives. On the other side, in a nameless deep mountain, Luoho sat cross-legged and cultivated. The heaven-destroying halberd lay across his knees. Strands of destructive power flickered on the halberd from time to time. Luoho suddenly opened his eyes. A look of extreme shock flashed across his eyes. A pair of demon eyes of the 10,000 spells shone through the void of heaven and earth, allowing him to see a person he did not want to see. "You're still alive." Luoho's calm face instantly changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could that be? How could that be? Luoho suddenly stood up. His eyes were extremely serious. He gripped the heavenly halberd tightly in his hand and his entire body was pacing back and forth. Back then, his soul had clearly been destroyed. How did he come back to life? Luoho was trembling as he murmured. Fear constantly flashed across his eyes. His mortal chi was extremely chaotic. Obviously, the appearance of Yi Xian had completely caused his state of mind to collapse. Karma, what a great karma. Luoho's 5 fingers quickly pinched together. After 3 breaths, a large amount of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face became extremely ferocious. The 7 disasters of the secular world. My 7 disasters of the secular world is actually him. Luoho trembled as he roared. His entire person was extremely irritable. No wonder the 7 disasters of the secular world did not come even after 3 million years. It turned out that this tribulation had been fulfilled by Yi Xian. Calm down, Luoho kept telling himself to calm down. Phew. Luoho exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and his entire person finally calmed down. Yi Xian, you were tricked by me back then. Even if you reappear in the world today, you will still be defeated by me. So what if you have stepped into the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao? So what if you control the power of time and space? Luoho roared ferociously. A ruthless murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He slowly stroked the heavenly halberd in his hand and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. I have already mastered the power of nirvana. Even if you have the cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, you will still die in my hands. Only I, Luoho, can become the saint of all saints. Luoho roared crazily. Longevity Mountain, Wuzhuangguan. Zhen Yuanzi sat cross-legged under the ginseng fruit tree. Landia sat beside him. However, both of their faces were extremely solemn. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes were especially bewildered. Sigh. Zhen Yuanzi let out a long sigh and said, I knew he was not that simple. Back then, when that figure buried him in the ancient bronze coffin, I vaguely felt that he would not die. Brother, now that you are also one of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, even if he wants to seek revenge on you, we can just avoid him. There is no need to fight to the death with him. Landia said solemnly. You don't understand this disciple of mine. Back then, when he gave his cultivation to me, he had already repaid my kindness for teaching him. We are even now. He has always wanted to kill me. How can I avoid him? Zhen Yuanzi said bitterly. Brother, don't you have the confidence to defeat him? Landia's expression changed slightly. In the past 3 million years, my cultivation has already reached the peak of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. However, this disciple of mine has cultivated the power of time and space. If we really fight to the death, I will definitely not be his match. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head and sighed. Then won't you and I both die in his hands? Lan Ye's expression changed drastically. That may not be the case. As long as I can pass through the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, I can completely suppress him. However, I have yet to sense the 8th tribulation. Zhen Yuanzi frowned and said. Let's lie low for now. This is the only way. Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. If he were to fight Yi Xian head-on now, it would be suicide. The only right thing to do was to avoid Yi Xian and plan for the future. Alright, we will listen to you. Lan Ye nodded slowly. Rumble. The 5-manor temple shook loudly. A ray of light flashed and mysteriously disappeared from the 10,000 years mountain. Outside the 33rd heaven, Ziwei Tiandi sat cross-legged on a withered star. His face showed a hint of sadness, but there was also a hint of relief in his eyes. A worthy younger brother, I knew that you wouldn't die so easily. I have been waiting for your return. I believe that it won't be long before we meet again. Ziwei Tiandi casually crushed the jade slip that Zhen Yuanzi had sent over. He fell silent like a boulder. This was because he believed that Yi Xian would find him soon. He would wait here for Yi Xian's arrival. Nether Blood Sea. Nether River Patriarch walked out laughing. He had endured for 3 million years. Finally, he no longer needed to hide in the Nether Blood Sea. At the bottom of the North Sea, Kuan-Ping was trembling in fear. This was because he had escaped when the Celestial Court was facing a life-and-death situation. Now that Yi Xian had reappeared in the world, how could he let him go? Not only was Kuan-Ping afraid, but Taishang Laojun was also trembling in the depths of the starry sky. Even the 9 transformations golden pill that he had just refined had turned into nothingness. Escape. Taishang Laojun did not even put away the 8 trigrams furnace. He fled like a stray dog because he knew that Yi Xian would never let him go. Purple Cloud Palace. Only by entering the Purple Cloud Palace can I save my life. As the good corpse of Dao Tianzuan and Lao Tzu, he also had Dao Tianzuan's memories. He knew that only Dao ancestor Hong Jun could protect him now. In an instant, all parties moved. Yi Xian's return had stirred up the winds and clouds of the world. All the grudges of the past had to be settled 3 million years later. Chapter 1044. In the ancestral land of the sorcerer tribe. Run! Everyone, run! The 10 ancestors of sorcerers were roaring in grief, and the 12 ancestral sorcerer mountains were rumbling and glowing. The sorcerer tribe in the vast land was at a loss, and they were completely stunned on the ground like puppets. How many years had it been? The sorcerer tribe could not remember clearly. They only knew that the ancestors of sorcerers had not appeared for many years and had been living in seclusion in the ancestral sorcerer mountain. Even when the sorcerer tribe was fighting with the demon clan of the Immortal Court, the ancestors of sorcerers had never appeared. But what did the sorcerer tribe see? The 10 ancestors of sorcerers appeared together, and they were roaring at their clansmen in the sky. Their anxious and sorrowful voices echoed between heaven and earth, and even the supreme Saint Hudu was trembling and roaring. What happened? What happened? The sorcerer tribe was puzzled. The sorcerer tribe was the overlord of heaven and earth, and they were not afraid at all even if a heavenly saint came. But why were the ancestors of sorcerers and Saint Hudu so frightened? No one knew the reason, but all the sorcerer tribe members could feel the frightened aura of the 9 ancestors of sorcerers and Saint Hudu, as if they had encountered an unprecedented horror. Open! The heavenly saint light broke the void between heaven and earth, and a small world appeared. Hudu was roaring at her clansmen with a pale face. Hurry up, all of you enter the small world quickly. Saint, what happened? Why do we have to leave? A genius of the sorcerer tribe asked in confusion, and he asked the question that was on the minds of all the sorcerer tribe members. Go quickly. I don't have time to explain it to you. He's coming soon. Hutu looked at the sky, and her face was full of panic. She was roaring at her clansmen, and the 9 ancestors of sorcerers were roaring and urging their clansmen to leave quickly. No, we won't leave. The sorcerer tribe is the overlord of heaven and earth. Even if a heavenly saint comes, we will live and die with the ancestors of sorcerers. Yes, the sorcerer tribe will only fight to the death, and we will never run away. No matter who dares to invade our tribe, we will fight to the death even if we are bathed in blood. The people of the sorcerer tribe roared angrily, but no one entered the small world. Obviously, they were the later generations of the sorcerer tribe and did not know what had happened 3 million years ago. They also did not know how terrifying the people who were attacking them were. Let's go quickly. This great enemy will destroy our shaman tribe. We really can't stop him. An ancient shaman said with a trembling voice. He had experienced the catastrophe 3 million years ago, so he knew very well how terrifying the man called Yi Xian was. Let's run. If we don't run, we'll only be a burden to Master Ancestral Sorcerer. As long as we leave this place, perhaps Master Ancestral Sorcerer and the others will still have a chance to fight him to the death, another ancient sorcerer said with a trembling voice. The words of the 2 ancient shamans made the people of the later generation of the shaman tribe speechless. Could it be that the enemy was really so terrifying? Do you want to disobey? Quickly enter the small world for this saint. Hutu was furious. The holy light of the heavenly Tao poured down and lifted the 12 groups of ancestral Magus divine mountains. She was about to send the Magus clan into the small world. Rumble. Suddenly, the world darkened, and lightning flashed in the sky. A huge palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth crossed the sky and came down with a mighty force that could destroy the world. No. Hutu's expression changed drastically. She slapped out her slender palm, and the holy light of the heavenly Tao blocked the attack. However, she was sent flying, and the holy light of the heavenly Tao on her body was destroyed inch by inch. A saint? The people of the shaman tribe cried out in surprise. They could not believe that the supreme Saint Hutu would be sent flying. This was simply a fantasy. Dong, dong, dong. The war drum of slaughter was beating, and the thunder of soul burial was rumbling. The vast and boundless divine mountain Bujo was rumbling over. The 33 layers of the celestial court that surrounded Bujo Mountain were filled with black figures. Crack! The 9 heavens thunder was exploding, and the immortal light of slaughter was streaking across the sky. The stars in the sky appeared, and hundreds of millions of rays of starlight were sprinkling down. The entire ancestral land of the shaman tribe was sealed, and the small world that Hutu had just opened was also blown into pieces. Kill! The world was in chaos, and the killing intent soared into the sky. The vast and boundless Bujo Mountain fell and suppressed the sky above the world of the shaman tribe. The 2 ultimate formations of heaven and earth were activated, completely suppressing the world of the shaman tribe. Even a fly could not fly out. Dong, dong, dong. The war drums were beating and immortal light was streaking across the sky. Yi Xian walked slowly through the heavens and earth. With every step he took, the heavens and earth shook violently. The terrifying might that was like the heavens and earth suppressed the shaman clan to the point that they couldn't breathe. Time flies, we meet again. Yi Xian whispered in a hoarse voice, looking straight at the 9 ancestors of shaman and the Saint Hutu. Yi Xian. Hutu rushed over, and the divine light of the heavenly Tao filled the sky. She looked at Yi Xian in horror, and there was great despair in her eyes. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Don't involve the people of the shaman tribe in the hatred between us. Hutu said with a trembling voice. Back then, Pangu's real body destroyed the 33rd Celestial Court, trampled the Empyrean fairy to death, and killed countless members of the Celestial Court. These memories are still echoing in my mind, as if it happened yesterday. If I don't use the blood of the shaman tribe to wash it away, how can I face those who died for me? Yi Xian whispered cruelly. Yi Xian, don't go too far. The 9 ancestors of shaman roared in grief, but there was despair in their eyes. Go too far. Yi Xian smiled. His smile was very vicissitudes of life, and there was also a touch of sadness. However, the Tongtian's killing intent was growing. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Today, you should taste the bitter fruit that the shaman tribe sowed in the past. Yi Xian sneered cruelly. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 33rd Celestial Court roared angrily. The heavenly soldiers and generals who covered the sky and earth rushed towards the shaman tribe with red eyes. The heaven and earth formations were also activated. Kill. Revenge, revenge for our brothers in the past. Eat their flesh, drink their blood. Kill, kill until the blood flows like a river, kill until the bones are piled up like a mountain. The immortals were roaring, and the demon king was roaring. The immortal light and demon aura that wreaked havoc in the world rolled in all directions. With the support of the heaven and earth formations, the celestial court rushed madly towards the shaman tribe. Fight it out with them. The shaman tribe was belligerent, and their blood and chi surged. Facing the attack of the celestial court, the shaman tribe soared into the sky, and the two sides instantly clashed. Ah! My body! How could this be? Shaman blood splattered across the sky, and a large number of shaman tribe fell from the sky. They let out horrified screams, because they were no match for the celestial court at all. They were completely crushed by the celestial court. The heaven and earth formations were great formations that could fight against saints. When the power of the heaven and earth formations was added to the celestial court, how could the so-called shaman tribe be a match for the celestial court? Chapter 1045. The stars in the sky were in the chaotic sky. Millions of miles of saber radiance whizzed down, and the heaven-severing sword was falling. The 12 ancestral Magi mountains were shattered into pieces, and countless Magi died on the spot. It was a blatant massacre, as simple as slaughtering pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. The Magi had completely become lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and the 33rd Heaven Celestial Court began a massacre. Blood splattered, and corpses fell from the sky. The furious roars of the 33rd Heaven Celestial Court came from all directions, and everyone was immersed in this crazy massacre. No, no. Looking at her clansmen falling one by one, Hudu roared in grief, and the heavenly Tao's holy light blasted toward the celestial court, hoping to save her clansmen. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao's holy light shattered, and Yi Xian was already standing between her and the 9 ancestral Magi. In front of him. Yi Xian, I'm going to kill you. Hudu's eyes were bloodshot, and the heavenly Tao's holy light filled the sky and the earth. The 6 paths of reincarnation rose, and a terrifying saint's great technique was condensing, crashing toward Yi Xian. Bang! With a flick of his finger, Yi Xian pierced through the sky and the void between heaven and earth. Yi Xian merely pointed out a finger, and the power that could destroy heaven and earth howled out. It instantly turned Hudu's saint technique into nothingness, and even blasted her flying. A mouthful of saint blood essence sprayed out from her mouth. We'll fight you to the death. The 9 ancestral Magi roared, and their 9 great talents spread out, attacking Yi Xian one after another. Boom! Yi Xian was expressionless. He only stretched out his palm, and it seemed as if he was going to crush the whole world. The 9 ancestral Magi were sucked over by him, and they were directly detained in the void. Yi Xian. Hudu flew back, and the 6 paths of reincarnation blasted out violently. However, before it could hit Yi Xian, the so-called great technique of the saint disappeared without a trace. Wine. Sealing the sky and trapping the earth, covering the sky with one hand, Yi Xian attacked mercilessly. A gigantic palm appeared in the sky and trapped Hutu in his hand. Hutu was sucked over by Yi Xian like one of the 9 ancestors of Magi. Too strong, so strong that there was no way to deal with it. Whether it was the so-called 9 great ancestors of sorcerers or Hutu, the saint of the way of heaven, they had no power to fight back in front of Yi Xian. Kneel. Yi Xian casually removed the restrictive spells on the bodies of the 9 ancestors of Magi and Hutu. His eyes were emotionless and devoid of desire as he uttered 2 simple words. Kill us if you want. You must be dreaming if you want us to kneel to you. Hutu roared at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes. Crack. Yi Xian focused his eyes, and the rules of heaven and earth exploded. A cracking sound came from the knees of the 9 ancestors of Magi and Hutu, and a pressure as heavy as the sky fell on their bodies. Bang! The 9 ancestors of Magi and Hutu knelt down, and the terrible force as heavy as the sky on their bodies made them spit out blood. With a thought, the sky was like a mountain, and with a thought, everything turned to ashes. The power of time and space, the 7 tribulations of the way of heaven, made Lu Jia ignore everything. Even the so-called saints of the way of heaven had to kneel in front of him and submit to him. In fact, you are just ants in my eyes. I don't care whether you kneel or not, because you will be dead in a while. Yi Xian whispered faintly. Yi Xian, kill us if you can. At this point, Hutu knew that there was no chance of survival. She also knew that Yi Xian would not let them go, because she knew Yi Xian's character too well. Throughout Yi Xian's life, all his enemies would not have a good ending, and he had never shown any mercy to his enemies. Therefore, Hutu knew very clearly that when they fell into Yi Xian's hands, they would only end up dead, and there would be no exceptions. Death is very simple, but I want to see you suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Xian said ruthlessly. I want you to see the destruction of the Wu tribe with your own eyes. I want you to see your tribesmen die tragically in front of you. Isn't that interesting? Yi Xian said, standing with his hands behind his back. Kill. Tens of thousands of Wu tribesmen were restrained by the immortal tying rope. Under Kong Xian's order, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals chopped off the heads of tens of thousands of Wu tribesmen. Blood dyed the sky red, and then sprinkled on the ground. The blood of tens of thousands of Wu tribesmen poured on the 9 ancestors of Magi and Hutu. No! Hutu roared. Bathed in the blood of her tribesmen, she cried out in grief. However, as the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals waved their knives, the Wu tribesmen died tragically in the sky. Their heads fell to the ground, and the rain of blood poured on the 9 ancestors of Magi and Hutu. Kill me, Yi Xian, kill me if you can. The 9 ancestors of Magi roared, and tears of blood flowed from their eyes. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was indifferent. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the Wu tribesmen die tragically. Only his snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. The massacre continued, and the ancestors of Magi roared. When the cries of killing gradually stopped, the 12 ancestors of Magi were completely soaked in blood. Tens of thousands of Wu tribesmen were slaughtered by the celestial court, and no one was left alive. The world was silent, and everything was dead silent. The vast amount of shaman blood converged into a long river that surged endlessly in the vast land. The corpses rose and fell one after another in the sea of blood, and the dense smell of blood soared into the sky. The terrifying scene was simply indescribable. The corpses were like mountains, and the blood flowed like rivers. These were 2 idioms, but now they had become reality. The 9 ancestors of Magi and Hutu looked at all this in despair, and then the world burst into mournful cries. Yi Xian, you will die a horrible death. Dead, our tribesmen are all dead. Heavens, do you really want our Wu tribesmen to be destroyed? The 9 ancestors of Magi roared in grief, and tears of blood flowed from their eyes. Hutu was even more furious, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She looked at Yi Xian with eyes as red as blood. In the past, the real body of Pangu destroyed the celestial court. Now, I, Yi Xian, will destroy your tribe, and we are even. However, the real body of Pangu trampled the Empyrean fairy to death, and I have to take revenge personally, Yi Xian whispered hoarsely. I will give you a chance to condense the real body of Pangu. Rumble. Yi Xian waved his sleeves, and the spiritual energy in the sky fell on the 9 ancestors of Magi and Hutu, healing their injuries. This also made Hutu and the 9 ancestors of Magi stand up suddenly, and their eyes were full of anger and resentment. 12 divine beings killing formation. Hutu roared, and 12 black banners rose into the sky. The 9 ancestors of Magi entered the formation, and Hutu quickly followed. 2 drops of Pangu's blood appeared in the 12 divine beings killing formation at the same time. Real body of Pangu. Rumble. The 12 divine beings killing formation had been running rumblingly. The 12 black flags had been shaking the sky and the earth, while the overwhelming power of killing had been rising into the sky. A hazy figure of Pangu had been emerging in the formation. Wait. Yi Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, blandly looking at Hutu and the others condensing the real body of Pangu. However, his eyes were emotionless, as if he didn't take the real body of Pangu seriously at all. Chapter 1046. Pangu opened the sky and Hongjun preached the Tao. Pangu was the great god who created the world and was the strongest man in history. Even Hongjun was inferior to him. Naturally, his body was extremely terrifying. After Pangu failed to pass the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way, his primordial spirit was divided into 3 and became the 3 pure ones. The 12 drops of Pangu's blood essence became the 12 ancestors of sorcery. With the 12 divine beings killing formation, the 12 ancestors of sorcery could reappear the real body of Pangu and possess boundless power. In the past, Dijiang and the Candle Dragon were killed by Yi Xian. Now, only the 10 ancestors of sorcery were left. Fortunately, the blood essence of Dijiang and the Candle Dragon could help the 10 ancestors of sorcery condense the real body of Pangu. Rumble. The 12 drops of blood essence of Pangu merged in the 12 divine beings killing formation. The shadow of Pangu became more and more solid, gradually revealing the real body of Pangu. The real body of Pangu gradually opened his eyes. With an earth-shaking roar, the 12 divine beings killing formation dispersed, and the real body of Pangu also appeared in the world. Yi Xian, I won't let you die a good death today. Rumble. A punch broke through the sky and shattered the boundless void. The punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. With the power to suppress everything, it blasted toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at it indifferently. He did not show any power around him. The fist light of the real body of Pangu was already close to him, accompanied by the roar of the real body of Pangu. Clang! One finger, Yi Xian only pointed one finger. This finger could hold up the sky and the earth, suppress the mountains and rivers, and destroy the past and the present. Bang! The world collapsed, and everything sank. Yi Xian pointed at the fist light of the real body of Pangu, making it unable to move an inch. Clang! With a flick of his finger, everything collapsed. Yi Xian flicked his finger, and the sound of an explosion rang out. Pangu's true body was blasted flying, and a bloody hole was pierced through his unstoppable fist. Bang! Yi Xian stood tall and covered the sky with one hand. Without waiting for Pangu's true body to fall to the ground, Yi Xian took a step forward. His 5 fingers were like the vast heavens as they smashed down towards Pangu's true body. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled as the giant palm in the sky slammed Pangu's body into the vast earth. Mountains were smashed into ashes by Pangu's body. Tens of thousands of miles of heaven and earth fell, creating a terrifying scene. What Pangu's true body? It's just an empty shell. How can the true body of Pangu be so weak? Yi Xian descended from the sky and said blandly. The Pangu true body condensed by the 10 great ancestral shamans was indeed very strong, but to Yi Xian, this so-called Pangu true body was nothing more than a superficial appearance. It wasn't the true body of the great god Pangu. The fleshly body of one of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way was a terrifying existence. Even if Yi Xian had a flawless fleshly body, coupled with the cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly way and the control of the power of time, he dared not say that he could defeat the Pangu true body of one of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way. Therefore, Yi Xian was very sure that the Pangu true body condensed by the 10 ancestral magi was just an empty shell. It contained a part of the physical strength of Pangu's fleshly body, and was far from being able to reproduce the true body. Moreover, the Pangu true body condensed by the 12 drops of ancestral magi's blood essence did not have any cultivation. It only had the physical strength, and at most, it was the embodiment of the power of the 6 tribulations of the heavenly way. Yi Xian had the cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly way and the power of time and space in his hands. Yi Xian, today you will die without a burial place. Rumble. The Pangu true body climbed up from the vast earth, and the 10 ancestral magi roared. They knew that the Pangu true body was no match for Yi Xian, but this did not mean that they did not have a real killing move. Buzz. The Pangu true body swelled violently, and terrifying blue veins pulsed on the Pangu true body. A power that could collapse heaven and earth bloomed to the extreme. Yi Xian, die with us. The Pangu true body roared and instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It opened its arms and tightly imprisoned Yi Xian's body, and its bulging body burst forth with a power that could destroy all things. You want to self-destruct? Yi Xian was slightly startled and frowned. He could see the 10 ancestral magi's plan at a glance. Obviously, they wanted to self-destruct and perish together with him. You are really naive. Yi Xian whispered indifferently. The power of time and space quietly overflowed, and a space-time chain suddenly rippled out, directly entangling the Pangu true body, and instantly suppressed the bulging body of the Pangu true body. Did I allow you to self-destruct? Clatter. The space-time chain tightly entangled the Pangu true body, and Yi Xian held the other end of the chain and whispered faintly. Ah! The space-time chain was too terrifying. It was a power that surpassed the way of heaven and contained the mighty power of time and space. It directly constricted the Pangu true body until it was covered in blood, and it let out an extremely painful roar. Space-time strangulation. Yi Xian's face was cold. He shook the space-time chain, and the power of space-time strangulation acted on the Pangu true body, making it kneel on the vast land in pain and roar loudly. The power of time and space was too mysterious and full of speechless horror. 12 drops of Pangu's blood essence faintly flowed in the Pangu true body, as if they were about to appear, and the Pangu true body was about to collapse. Kill me. Time and space were stagnant, and the world was still. The faces of the 10 ancestral magi appeared on the Pangu true body. They were now living a life worse than death, and were completely imprisoned in the Pangu true body. Even if they wanted to get rid of the Pangu true body, it was a great delusion. The power of space-time strangulation was too terrifying. It involved the ultimate mysteries of the past, present, and future. That kind of pain was not something that living creatures could bear. Under the confinement of the space-time chain, the Pangu true body had completely lost the ability to fight. Years ago, the Pangu true body trampled the Empyrean fairy to death. Today, I will exterminate all of your Wu tribe, and erase the wisdom of your 10 ancestral magi. Yi Xian held the space-time chain and whispered mercilessly. No. The 10 ancestors of Magi roared furiously in Pangu's true body, but the power of time and space had already come attacking them. It was a power that went beyond the great Tao, and wiped out all their intelligence. Even Hutu, a saint of the great Tao, was not spared. The power of time and space was beyond the way of heaven, and could kill everything in the past, present, and future. This was not just a saying. When Yi Xian initially mastered the power of time and space, few people in the untainted land could fight him head-on. Hongjun was one, Yuan Ling was another, and Luo Ho was another. If there were people who were worthy of being Yi Xian's opponents, only these 3 people were. As for the Pangu true body in front of them, it was not at the same level as Yi Xian at all. Refine. Rumble. Yi Xian made a gesture with his hands, and the space-time chain swayed between the heaven and the earth. The Pangu true body was roaring in pain. The silver-gray light poured into the Pangu true body, and the 10 ancestral magi howled miserably as if they were suffering unimaginable pain. Chapter 1047. Yi Xian, you will die a horrible death. Tormented by endless pain, the 10 ancestors of sorcery roared angrily, but their voices grew weaker and weaker. Finally, they turned into the original blood essence of Pangu, and all their intelligence had been wiped out by Yi Xian. As the 10 ancestors of sorcery were wiped out, a Pangu true body lay on the vast earth. His eyes were colorless, and only a heavy and vast aura emanated from him. Rumble. The chains of time and space bound the Pangu true body. Yi Xian held the other end of the chains of time and space and walked across the vast earth. The whole Pangu true body was being dragged by Yi Xian. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xian stepped into the sky and dragged Pangu's true body towards Mount Buzhou. As the space-time chains disappeared from Yi Xian's hands, Pangu's true body crashed down towards Mount Buzhou. A loud explosion sounded out as it smashed into Mount Buzhou. With the Pangu true body as the foundation, I comfort the dead spirits of the 33rd Celestial Court. Rumble. Yi Xian pointed a finger in the sky, and a heaven-shaking multicolored light whistled down. The ground of Buzhou Mountain cracked open, and Pangu's true body sank down, completely suppressed beneath Buzhou Mountain. Holy Master. Thunderous cheers came from the 33rd Celestial Court. Everyone's eyes were red with excitement, and tears streaked across the cheeks of the remnants of the Celestial Court. Today, the Wu tribe was wiped out, and the Pangu true body was suppressed under Mount Buzhou. The remnants of the 33rd Celestial Court could finally vent their anger, and the hatred that had accumulated in their hearts for 3 million years was finally relieved. The 33rd Celestial Court stands above the 9 heavens. Today, all the grievances of the past will be settled. Anyone who is disrespectful will be killed. Yi Xian looked around and his voice reverberated in the untainted land. This was the embodiment of Yi Xian's will. It was also his declaration to all living beings that the Celestial Court, which had disappeared for 3 million years, would regain control of the general trend of the world. For a moment, the untainted land was shaken. All living beings were afraid and speechless. The saints of the way of heaven did not appear in the world, and the so-called orthodoxies all fell silent. At the moment when the Wu tribe was wiped out, all orthodoxies in the untainted land were thrown into chaos. The truth of the untainted land, and gradually, the living beings of the untainted land knew the origin of Yi Xian and the origin of the 33rd Celestial Court. Mount Buzhou, the 33rd Celestial Court, the Celestial Emperor Palace. Yi Xian sat on the Emperor's throne, which should have belonged to Ziwei Tiandi. Unfortunately, Ziwei had betrayed the Celestial Court and all of them. She had even watched the Empyrean fairy being trampled to death by the real body of Pangu without saving her. Celestial Master, it's time to settle the score with those traitors, Dong Huang Tai said angrily with the bell of chaos in his hand. Yes, Taishang Latsu, Kunpeng, and that traitor Ziwei, they all deserve to die, Emperor Jun roared. Kill these traitors. The kings of immortals and demons were roaring, and so were the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Their voices reverberated for a long time. Celestial Master, Kunpeng is here to apologize. Suddenly, a heavy and sorrowful voice came from afar. A figure entered the 33rd Celestial Court and appeared in the Celestial Emperor Palace in a flash. Kunpeng, how dare you come back? Dong Huangtai was furious. When he saw Kunpeng, he shook the bell of chaos and was about to kill Kunpeng. Back off. Suddenly, without waiting for Dong Huangtai to make a move, Yi Xian's voice sounded out. This caused the expressions of Dong Huangtai and the others to slightly change. Only then did they fiercely glare at the Kunpeng and retreat to the sides. Bang! Kunpeng looked haggard. He knelt down slowly and kowtowed 3 times to Yi Xian. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, long time no see. You don't have to be so polite, Yi Xian sat on the emperor's throne and said calmly. Fellow Taoist? Kunpeng smiled sadly because this was a strange word to him. He vaguely remembered that Yi Xian used to call him by his name. It was only when they met for the first time that Yi Xian called him fellow Taoist. During the great calamity of the Celestial Court, Kunpeng ran away from the battle. Now, I am asking for your forgiveness. Please kill me. Kunpeng touched the ground and apologized to Yi Xian. Since he chose to return to the Celestial Court, he was prepared to be killed. Kunpeng knew that if Yi Xian wanted him to die, he would be found by Yi Xian even if he ran to the ends of the earth. He would rather face it calmly. Yi Xian was calm as he looked at Kunpeng, who was kneeling in front of the emperor's throne. Kunpeng, you were a hero of the Celestial Court in the past. You made many contributions to the Celestial Court and I remember all of them. Yi Xian said calmly, the Celestial Court will reward those who have made contributions and punish those who have made mistakes. The Celestial Court has never mistreated you for your contributions. However, you ran away from the battle. This is a great crime. Today, you will go to the Immortal slaying platform. Thank you for your kindness. If Kunpeng can cultivate the way of immortality in my next life, I will definitely return to your side and never betray you. Kunpeng wept and kept kowtowing to Yi Xian to express his gratitude. He knew that Yi Xian was kind to him and did not kill him. Instead, he was given a chance to be reincarnated. Go. Yi Xian waved his hand and 2 celestial generals took Kunpeng out of the Celestial Emperor Palace. Kunpeng was also taken to the Immortal slaying platform and died. The only fortunate thing was that Kunpeng's soul was preserved and he was reincarnated in the mortal world. It was unknown whether he could embark on the path of cultivation. Inside the Celestial Emperor Palace. Celestial Emperor, Kunpeng deserves to die. Why did you? Dong Huangtai said unwillingly. When the Celestial Court was first built, Kunpeng helped. Later, he expanded the territory of the Celestial Court and made many contributions. Although he ran away from the battle, he came back to be punished today. His contributions offset his mistakes. It is enough for him to be reincarnated. Yi Xian said. As Yi Xian finished his words, everyone in the Celestial Court nodded and did not have any more objections. After all, Kunpeng used to fight side by side with them and they still had some friendship in their hearts. If they really saw Kunpeng's soul being destroyed, they would not be able to bear it. Mr. Kunpeng came back to be punished. But Ziwei and Taishang Lao Jun. Fatso Huang said hesitantly. I will make my own decision. Yi Xian's eyes shone through the heaven and earth. He looked up to the 33 levels of heaven and seemed to see a person waiting for him to go. On this day, the 33 levels of Celestial Court reappeared in the sky. On this day, the Nether River Patriarch led the Azura tribe from the Nether Blood Sea back to the Celestial Court. For a moment, the sorrowful atmosphere in the Celestial Court was swept away. As long as the blood sea did not dry up, Nether River would not die. Back then, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to be killed, but he had the Nether Blood Sea to rely on. If the Nether Blood Sea was not destroyed, he would not be killed. On this day, Yi Xian arranged everything in the Celestial Court. He walked out of the Celestial Emperor Palace and went straight to the 33 levels of heaven because an old friend was waiting for him in the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 1048. Outside the 33rd layer of heaven. Yi Xian slowly walked through the vast Qin Xing and the galaxy that filled the sky. However, with every step he took, the starry sky rumbled and shook. That peerless aura that could sweep through the ancient times rippled out. Yi Xian didn't ask about the past, didn't fear the future, and only respected the present. His every move affected the entire world, and there was no need for him to conceal his aura. He dared to face any great enemy. Stepping on the sea of stars, his body was like the universe. As Yi Xian walked through the starry sky, the rotating stars froze. His power was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The sea of stars churned and waves surged. The vast sea of stars pushed Yi Xian forward, presenting an earth-shattering scene. On a withered star, there was a silent figure. This figure was waiting for Yi Xian's arrival. He sat cross-legged on the star and watched as Yi Xian walked towards him step by step. "A worthy younger brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time." "I've waited for 3 million years," Ziwei whispered calmly. "Are you not afraid of death?" Yi Xian took a step forward and stood in front of Ziwei. He looked at Ziwei calmly. "I used to be very afraid, but I'm not anymore." Ziwei laughed at herself. "Why?" Yi Xian asked. "I used to be Zhen Yuanzi's good corpse. I was afraid that he would kill me with a single thought. I could only obey his orders and did many wrong things. But when I saw you buried in this starry sky, I had a feeling that you would reappear in front of me and settle the grudges between us. So, I knew I was going to die," Crepe Myrtle calmly said. "I have waited for 3 million years. During those 3 million years, I locked myself up on this planet. I have understood many things. I am no longer afraid of death. I have been waiting for you to come." Looking at Ziwei's relieved expression, Yi Xian's eyes showed a hint of self-mockery. He said, "I didn't kill Kunpeng. I left his soul behind and gave him a chance to reincarnate. Because he was only a subject of the Celestial Court, I wouldn't let his soul scatter and die." "Brother, but you're different. You're the Celestial Emperor appointed by me. You're the Celestial Emperor who ruled the 33rd layer of the Celestial Court. Back then, you and Yuanling cooperated and put the 33rd layer of the Celestial Court in a hopeless situation. So you must die. I have to give the Celestial Court an explanation," Yi Xian said. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Ziwei laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. He looked straight at Yi Xian and said, "A worthy younger brother, my good a worthy younger brother, you said that I ruled the 33rd layer of the Celestial Court. You said that I was the Celestial Emperor appointed by you. But the master of the 33rd layer of the Celestial Court is you, not my Ziwei. I'm just a puppet in your hands." Looking at the sad look in Ziwei's eyes, Yi Xian fell silent. He was really speechless. Just as Ziwei said, he was never the master of the Celestial Court. He was always his own puppet. The one that the Celestial Court really submitted to was Yi Xian, not Ziwei. "A worthy younger brother, are you speechless?" Ziwei smiled sadly. "You appointed me as the Celestial Emperor and gave me the opportunity to become a saint. It seemed like you were repaying me for the kindness I showed you in the past. But in fact, you used me as a chess piece to test Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi controlled me. You also wanted to control me. Even if I became a heavenly saint, I would still be at the mercy of the two of you. Tears flowed out of Ziwei's eyes. It was as if he wanted to spit out all the words that had been bottled up in his heart. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I don't know anything? Ziwei mocked himself in a low voice. Suddenly, Ziwei raised his head to look at Yi Xian. He roared angrily, actually, I know everything. I've just been enduring it all this time. I've been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for you and Jin Yuanzi to die together. Ziwei roared sadly. More and more tears flowed out of his eyes. I thought that you and Jin Yuanzi would both be injured. I thought that I could break free from your control. But in the end, I still failed. I'm just a chess piece for the two of you. Yi Xian, you've never treated me as a big brother. You've always been using me. Your so-called brotherhood is fake. It's fake. You're extremely hypocritical. You're extremely heartless. You'll kill anyone who gets in your way. This is the real you. Even the subordinates of the celestial court who gathered under you can't see your true face. Ziwei roared loudly. He was panting heavily. He had poured out all the words that he had kept in his heart for more than 3 million years. There was no fear on his face. He was ready to die. Are you done? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. Come on, come and kill me. I've waited for you for 3 million years. It's just that my soul has been scattered. Even if you want to torture me forever, you can do it. Ziwei laughed hysterically. Since you're done, it's my turn. Yi Xian said quietly. What do you want to say? What can you say? Do you still want to defend yourself? Ziwei roared angrily. Yi Xian was not angered by Ziwei's roar. He put his hands behind his back and looked up at the starry sky. His eyes drifted slightly. Ziwei, you're right. Whether I made you the celestial emperor or a heavenly sage, I've been using you. I've been using you as a chess piece. Just as you said, I'm an extremely hypocritical person. I'm also an extremely heartless person. Anyone who gets in the way of the Tongtian will be killed mercilessly. No one is an exception. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Ziwei laughed hysterically. You admit it? You actually admitted it. Ha ha ha. But you're wrong about one thing. Yi Xian said in a low voice. What is it? Ziwei stopped laughing and looked at Yi Xian sarcastically. You said that I've never treated you as a brother, and there's no such thing as brotherhood. That's a big mistake. Actually, before I became the Celestial Emperor, I did treat you as an elder brother. Not only you, but also Sun Wukong and Lu Bai. You're all my brothers. There's never been an exception. But when you asked me to go to Wu Zhuangguan, I was tricked by Jin Yuanzi into marrying the Empyrean fairy. Then, I got into a conflict with Nuwa. That's when I started suspecting you and Jin Yuanzi. I even thought about all the favors you've done for me when we first met. Yi Xian said with a self-deprecating smile. Yi Xian's eyes drifted as if he was immersed in a distant memory. He started talking about the distant past. When I first entered the Earth Immortal realm, my cultivation was extremely weak. The Jade Emperor had been targeting me. The Jade Emperor even wanted my life. But something strange happened. You and I met for the first time, and we didn't have any friendship. You turned against the Jade Emperor for me. You even protected me and saved my life many times. You didn't even hesitate to offend the Jade Emperor. How could a person who just met for the first time risk his life to help me and offend the Jade Emperor? If you say that this person doesn't have a purpose, I definitely won't believe it. Yi Xian said. Ziwei's sarcastic smile gradually disappeared. Chapter 1049. Lu Bai and I knew each other, but there was no such thing as friendship. That year, when I was about to go to the Earth Immortal realm, I found a body for him that could allow him to reappear in the world. Brother Bai was deeply indebted to me. He worked hard for 400 years to create the inverse celestial formation for me. Only then did he die in this world, and only then did we have a brotherly relationship. Brother Wukong, back then, I enlightened him on his path and let him be himself again. Brother Wukong then returned the favor by helping me to step into the quasi-saint realm. After that, the two of us became brothers. As Yi Xian spoke up to hear, he looked at Ziwei and said, "And I've never done you any favors. Back then, you did your best to help me. This is the strangest thing. Therefore, when you helped me fight against the Jade Emperor and even saved my life, it was actually Yuan Ling who asked you to do so. That year, I was only in the All-Heaven realm, and you were Daoyuo Jingxian. That is the most suspicious point. Ziwei, you said that I have never had a brotherly relationship with you, but you have been scheming against me from the beginning. That is the real reason why I used you as a chess piece." Yi Xian's voice gradually turned cold. I. Ziwei was speechless, because what Yi Xian said was the truth. He really had nothing to say. Just as Yi Xian had said, Yi Xian was just an insignificant immortal, and he was Daoyuo Jingxian, one of the 4 emperors of the celestial court. How could he offend the Jade Emperor for an insignificant immortal? Originally, I thought that you were forced by Yuan Ling. As long as you were content to be the master of the celestial court, I could pretend that none of this had happened. You would still be Yi Xian's elder brother. Unfortunately, you let me down. You watched the Empyrean fairy being trampled to death by the real body of Pangu and didn't save her. At that moment, you were labeled as a dead man. Yi Xian shouted angrily. A worthy younger brother, I. Ziwei lowered his head in shame. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to explain it. You are not qualified to call me a worthy younger brother. In fact, you said so much just to make me feel ashamed so that I could spare your life. Unfortunately, you are too ignorant. Now you can die peacefully. Rumble. The power of time and space condensed in Yi Xian's hand. His face was extremely solemn as he slapped down on Ziwei. No. Ziwei roared. He wanted to escape, but the power of time and space was too terrifying. It had already sealed this part of the starry sky. The terrible power of time and space instantly tore him into a rain of blood. His soul scattered in the starry sky. The power of time and space was beyond the heavenly way. Even though Ziwei was a heavenly way saint, he could not be resurrected. His only fate was death. The rain of blood fell from the sky. The vast sea of stars churned violently. A wisp of Hongmeng purple vapor fell into Yi Xian's hand. He stood on the withered star silently, but a sad and lonely aura faintly overflowed. You are a pitiful and sad person. Even though you have become a heavenly way saint, you can't escape the fate of being a chess piece. Death is your final destination. The world was somber and the starry sky was dim. Lu Jia let out a long sigh and casually put the Hongmeng purple vapor into his bag. A sense of oppression grew in his heart. No matter what, he had once regarded Ziwei as a real elder brother. Unfortunately, all of this was in the past. Ziwei's disappearance was also his destiny. Yi Daoyu. Rumble. The killing holy light covered the sky and earth. A green rainbow streaked across the starry sky. Tong Tian appeared in front of Yi Xian. He had seen the scene of Yi Xian killing Ziwei. It has been 3 million years since we last met, Daoist Tong Tian. Yi Xian greets you. Yi Xian smiled and bowed to Tong Tian. Yi Daoyu, Tong Tian is ashamed to accept this gift. Tong Tian hurriedly avoided it. Fellow Daoist, as a heavenly Dao saint, you've repeatedly helped me escape calamity. Fellow Daoist, Yi Xian, is worthy of this bow. Yi Xian insisted on bowing, causing the Grand Master of Heaven to have no choice but to accept it. Tong Tian has always felt guilty for not being able to save you when Master Hongjun unleashed a calamity on you. Today, Tong Tian is relieved to see you reappear in the world. Tong Tian sighed. Taoist Tong Tian, I have a request. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What are you saying, Taoist? No matter what it is, as long as I, Tong Tian, can do it, I will definitely not refuse, Tong Tian said solemnly. Yi Xian said calmly, I would like to ask you to take me to the Purple Cloud Palace. What? Boom! As Yi Xian's words entered his ears, Tong Tian felt a sudden clap of thunder in his mind. He was stunned on the spot and looked at Yi Xian in a daze. Looking at Tong Tian's shocked and dazed face, Yi Xian sighed helplessly and repeated his previous words. Taoist, are you crazy? This is absolutely impossible. I can't agree to it. Tong Tian came to his senses in an instant and flatly refused. Taoist Tong Tian, even if you don't take me to the Purple Cloud Palace, I will find a way to go there. It's just a matter of time. Yi Xian did not force him. Yi Dao Yu, it's not that I, Tong Tian, don't refuse you. You have just reappeared in the world. It's already very fortunate that Dao ancestor Hongjun did not find you. You can't. Tong Tian looked anxious. He wanted to tell Yi Xian that he could not seek his own death, but this sentence was too hurtful, so he swallowed it back. How could Yi Xian not know what Tong Tian was thinking? He just smiled and explained, Hongjun is indeed very strong, but he has the support of the will of the heavenly Tao. Now that I have passed the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, his cultivation can't surpass mine. Unless I pass the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he will never dare to fight with me. This. Hearing Yi Xian's explanation, Tong Tian was extremely shocked. He looked at Yi Xian with extreme horror in his eyes. Tong Tian knew that Yi Xian would not lie, because there was no need for it. At their level, lying would only damage their status. The karma of the past has been settled today. I can't feel the aura of Yuanshi Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan. They should have already escaped into the Purple Cloud Palace. The aura of the traitor of the Celestial Court, Taishang Laojun, has also disappeared. If I'm not wrong, he is also in the Purple Cloud Palace. Therefore, I must make a trip to the Purple Cloud Palace. I hope that fellow Taoist Tong Tian can help me. Yi Xian bowed. Okay, I promise you. Looking at Yi Xian's solemn expression, Tong Tian hesitated, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Just as Yi Xian had said, even if he did not bring Yi Xian to the Purple Cloud Palace, Yi Xian could find it with some time. Why should he reject Yi Xian's request? Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist, Yi Xian said with a smile. Rumble. Tong Tian turned into a green rainbow and left. Yi Xian took a step forward and caught up with Tong Tian. The two of them disappeared into the starry sky and headed in the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace where Dao ancestor Hongjun was. Chapter 1050. The universe was boundless, and the starry sky was vast. No one knew where the Purple Cloud Palace was, and there were only 3 people who could find it. These 3 people were the 3 pure ones. Fuse with the heavens and control the heavenly Tao. These words were as heavy as the ancient firmament, and it also showed how terrifying Tao ancestor Hongjun was. He could be called the strongest person in the world. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hongjun sat cross-legged on a cloud. The immortal sound of the great Tao could be faintly heard, and all kinds of heavenly Tao essence were spoken from his mouth. This was the sound of 10,000 laws, and it was also the most profound truth. It could allow people to comprehend the ultimate profoundness in the world. 3 figures sat cross-legged below Hongjun. They were Dao Tianzuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Taishang Laojun. The 3 of them were listening to Dao ancestor Hongjun's teachings with pious expressions, but a hint of worry flashed across their eyes from time to time. Yi Xian's reappearance in the world was a great calamity for the three of them. If they were found by Yi Xian, they would definitely die. Obviously, the three of them hid in the Purple Cloud Palace to avoid Yi Xian. Only by being by Dao ancestor Hong Jun's side could they avoid the disaster. The three of you are uneasy. You can't understand the sound of the heavenly Dao at all. Dao ancestor Hong Jun slowly opened his eyes, and his voice was indifferent. Teacher, Yi Xian has reappeared in the world. He will definitely not let us off. We can't calm down and listen to teacher's teachings. I'm really ashamed, Yuanshi Tianzuan said in a deep voice. Sigh. Dao ancestor Hong Jun shook his head and sighed. Yi Xian is the greatest anomaly in the world. Back then, when that phantom buried him in the ancient bronze coffin, I guessed that Yi Xian might reappear in the world one day. Teacher, could it be that even you can't control Yi Xian? Lao Tzu said unwillingly. Hard, hard, hard. Dao ancestor Hong Jun shook his head repeatedly and said the word difficult 3 times in a row. Then, he sighed and said, I control the operation of the heavenly Dao and kill heretics on behalf of the heavens. However, Yi Xian's strength has already been established. His cultivation is at the peak of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Dao, and he has even cultivated the power of time and space. At this moment, I can't do anything to him. Then wouldn't he be invincible between heaven and earth? Old Lord Taishang said with a trembling voice. He was already regretting it. If he could have stayed in the celestial court back then, why would he have to hide in the Purple Cloud Palace now? Under the heavenly Dao, all living beings submit. As long as he does not become the saint of all saints, he will still have to submit to the heavenly Dao. It is just a fool's dream to want to transcend the control of the heavenly Dao. Dao ancestor Hong Jun said coldly. But teacher, even you can't keep him in check now. The so-called heavenly Dao. Yuanshi Tianzuan wanted to say something but stopped. There was great worry in his eyes. How dare you? Hong Jun's expression changed and he scolded Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly. This also made Yuanshi Tianzuan's body tremble. He knew that he had said something wrong. I know my mistake. Teacher, please punish me. Yuanshi Tianzuan hurriedly kowtowed and said. The heavenly Dao is supreme. You can't be careless. Only this time. There won't be a next time, Dao ancestor Hong Jun said in a deep voice. I will remember teacher's teachings. Yuanshi Tianzuan hurriedly kowtowed and agreed. Looking at Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression that seemed to know his mistake, Dao ancestor Hong Jun's expression eased. He said, I can't keep Yi Xian in check now because he hasn't transcended the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Dao. When he transcends the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Dao, the will of the heavenly Dao will descend again. I can also bury him between heaven and earth. Moreover, using strength to prove one's Dao is the path that Pangu walked. Even Pangu fell. Even if he can transcend the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Dao, he will definitely die under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Dao. This is his destiny. No one can change it. All of you should cultivate here in peace. I think that Yi Xian won't dare to come to the Purple Cloud Palace to cause trouble for you, Dao ancestor Hong Jun said in a deep voice. Rumble. Suddenly, just as Dao ancestor Hong Jun finished speaking, the entire Purple Cloud Palace rumbled and shook. An indescribable pressure pressed down on the Purple Cloud Palace. This also caused Dao ancestor Hong Jun's expression to change. It also caused Lao Tzu and the others to tremble. He's here, he's actually here. Old Lord Taishang said with a trembling voice. He was too familiar with Yi Xian's aura. He immediately sensed that Yi Xian was heading towards the Purple Cloud Palace. How can this be? How dare he come to the Purple Cloud Palace? Yuanshi Tianzuan said in shock. At this moment, Dao ancestor Hong Jun's face was flushed red. He had just said that Yi Xian wouldn't dare to come here to cause trouble for them. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian actually came. This was simply embarrassing for him. Extremely arrogant. Dao ancestor Hong Jun said coldly. He took a step out of the purple cloud palace. Lao Tzu and the others looked at each other. They didn't dare to stay in the purple cloud palace and hurriedly followed Dao ancestor Hong Jun. However, great worry flashed across the eyes of the three of them. Outside the purple cloud palace. Rumble. Yi Dao Yu, we meet again. Dao ancestor Hong Jun suddenly appeared. Dao Tianzuan and the other two followed closely behind him. However, when the three of them saw Yi Xian, fear flashed across their eyes. It doesn't matter whether we meet or not, because to me, you are not worthy to be my opponent. Yi Xian stood proudly in the starry sky and looked at Hong Jun indifferently. How dare you? Yuanshi Tianzuan scolded angrily. Yi Xian, have you forgotten how you were suppressed back then? Are you going to experience what happened back then again today? Dao Tianzuan scolded loudly. Yi Dao Yu, don't you think you are too arrogant? Dao ancestor Hong Jun frowned. Since the creation of the world, no one had dared to speak to Dao ancestor Hong Jun like that. This immediately made Dao ancestor Hong Jun feel embarrassed. Severing the three corpses is just a small Dao. In my opinion, your strength comes from the heavenly Dao. If you don't have the support of the heavenly Dao, you are not my opponent. Am I wrong? Yi Xian said lightly. You. Dao ancestor Hong Jun's face was livid. He wanted to refute Yi Xian, but he didn't know what to say. Because what Yi Xian said was indeed the truth. Dao ancestor Hong Jun knew his own situation. His strength was completely based on the heavenly Dao's will. If he didn't have the support of the heavenly Dao's will, his cultivation was only comparable to the 6 tribulations of the heavenly Dao. Junior brother Tong Tian, you are one of the 3 pure ones in vain. You actually colluded with Yi Xian and even brought him to teacher's purple cloud palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted angrily at Tong Tian. Yuanshi, it's not your turn to speak here. Yi Xian is my close friend. You don't have the right to tell me what to do. Tong Tian retorted sarcastically. Then, he bowed to Hong Jun and said, Teacher, it's not that I'm disloyal. It's just that Yi Xian is my close friend, and teacher, you have helped me become a saint. Tong Tian only hopes that teacher and Yi Dao Yu can bury the hatchet. Tong Tian, you have disappointed me. Dao ancestor Hong Jun frowned slightly. If it wasn't for the fact that Tong Tian was one of the 3 pure ones, he really wanted to remove him from the saint position and strip him of his status as a heavenly Dao saint. Chapter 1051. Unfortunately, the 3 pure ones were formed by Pangu's primordial spirit. Even though Dao ancestor Hong Jun was dissatisfied, he could not say anything. After all, the 3 pure ones were involved in a shocking secret. This was also the reason why Dao ancestor Hong Jun had always tolerated sect master Tong Tian. Hong Jun, I don't want to talk nonsense. I didn't come to the Purple Cloud Palace today to fight you. Hand the 3 of them over, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. The Purple Cloud Palace is not a place for you to behave atrociously. I advise you to go back to where you came from. Don't wait until the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Dao descend. At that time, I will definitely not hold back, Dao ancestor Hong Jun said coldly. Are you threatening me? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as a trace of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. You can think of it that way, Dao ancestor Hong Jun said. What if I insist on taking them away today? Yi Xian strode towards Dao ancestor Hong Jun. The cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Dao exploded forth, and the power of time and space revolved around him. The surrounding starry sky was distorted to the extreme, and there were faint signs of collapse. If you insist on taking them away, don't blame me for attacking. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun's expression changed as the power of the heavenly Tao erupted. Alright, I haven't seen you for 3 million years. I also want to see how you, Hong Jun, will protect the three of them without the support of the will of the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian smiled, but his smile was very cold. He looked at Tao Ancestor Hong Jun with extremely terrifying killing intent. 3 million years ago, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun had suppressed him and forced him to summon the river of time at the cost of his life, allowing his future self to descend into the present world. He had never forgotten this grudge. Today, Yi Xian could ask Hong Jun for some interest. Rumble. The starry sky collapsed and all things were destroyed. Yi Xian did not waste any time. He directly raised his palm, and the starry sky within hundreds of millions of miles collapsed. A huge palm that covered the sky slapped down at Tao Ancestor Hong Jun. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun's expression turned cold. The light of the great Tao swept through the starry sky and similarly slapped at Yi Xian. The two supreme forces collided. Bang! The starry sky trembled, and a part of it was destroyed. This part of the starry sky collapsed, but a scene that shocked Lao Tzu and the others appeared. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun was sent flying. Clearly, he was completely at a disadvantage under this attack. He was no match for Yi Xian at all. Teacher. Yuanshi Tianzuan roared in shock, his soul trembling. How is this possible? Lao Tzu's face was deathly pale. Even Tao Ancestor Hong Jun had been forced back by Yi Xian's attack. This was simply unimaginable to him. Hong Jun, I've said that you're not worthy of being my opponent. Without the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, you're not even as good as Luo Ho in my eyes. Yi Xian coldly said. He took a step forward and walked towards Tao Ancestor Hong Jun. He slapped his palm towards Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, and the terrifying power directly shattered the purple cloud palace in the starry sky. Yi Xian, you've gone too far. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun roared angrily and struck out with the heaven-raising technique, wanting to force Yi Xian back. Bang! Facing Hong Jun's attack, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with contempt. He did not dodge and took Tao Ancestor Hong Jun's attack head-on. His palm sent Hong Jun flying hundreds of millions of miles away, but he did not suffer any damage. With the cultivation of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, an indestructible body, and the surrounding power of spacetime, how could Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, who did not have the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, be his match? To put it bluntly, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun's cultivation was among the 6 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Back then, he was able to suppress Yi Xian to the point that he could not fight back because Yi Xian had 3 tribulations. The will of the heavenly Tao had given Tao Ancestor Hong Jun supreme power, which was why he had fallen between heaven and earth. But it was different now. Yi Xian had already transcended the 7 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, and Tao Ancestor Hong Jun did not have the supreme power given by the will of the heavenly Tao. With his cultivation, he was no match for Yi Xian. Rumble. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun returned from the depths of the starry sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely ashen. Clearly, he could not accept the fact that he had lost to Yi Xian. Suppress. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun roared majestically. The hand of heaven covered the sky and the earth as it descended towards Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his heavenly Tao great technique was much weaker than it was in the past. Yi Xian did not take it seriously at all. Go to hell. As the saying went, in for a penny, in for a pound. A cold killing intent rose in Yi Xian's heart. The power of spacetime condensed on his fingertip. As Yi Xian pointed at Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, the terrifying power of spacetime shot towards him. Bang! Before the hand of heaven could land, it was directly turned into nothingness by Yi Xian's spacetime power. The wisp of space-time power even pierced through Tao ancestor Hong Jun's heart, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Blood splattered in the starry sky as a bloody hole was pierced through his chest. Tao ancestor Hong Jun's body fell down, looking extremely miserable. Hong Jun, go to hell. Yi Xian's killing intent finally erupted uncontrollably. He instantly appeared in front of Tao ancestor Hong Jun and sent him flying with a punch. His right foot ruthlessly stepped on his head, causing Tao ancestor Hong Jun to suffer an unprecedented calamity. Wah! Tao ancestor Hong Jun spat out a mouthful of blood as the power of the heavenly Tao around him collapsed. Yi Xian's fists were like stars that filled the sky as they cruelly landed on his head, as if he wanted to completely annihilate him in the starry sky. Rumble! Suddenly, terrifying bolts of lightning were born in the starry sky as an extremely terrifying will descended. This also caused Yi Xian's expression to change slightly as he instantly left Tao ancestor Hong Jun's side. Only then did this will quietly retreat. As expected, it's not that simple. Yi Xian stood at the other end of the starry sky as disappointment flashed across his eyes. He had wanted to kill Hong Jun in one go, but the will of the heavenly Tao had instantly descended. Could Yi Xian guarantee that if he really killed him, Hong Jun would be bestowed with supreme power by the will of the heavenly Tao in the next moment, and he would also have to face a life-and-death battle. Tao ancestor Hong Jun was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. If Yi Xian really wanted to kill him, it would cause the will of the heavenly Tao to descend. This was not an outcome he wanted to see. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected this. He could not kill Hong Jun now, but he had been a little impulsive just now. He wanted to kill Hong Jun in one fell swoop, but he gave up in the end. Hong Jun, we'll meet in the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. I'll take your disciple away. Since he could not kill Tao ancestor Hong Jun, Yi Xian did not want to continue being entangled with him. He stretched out his 5 fingers and the power of spacetime swept through the starry sky. Lao Tzu and the other 2 were instantly sucked in by him and completely disappeared into the starry sky. Yi Xian, you brat, you've gone too far. Tao ancestor Hong Jun roared in the starry sky, but he could no longer find any traces of Yi Xian. Furthermore, without the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, he was not a match for Yi Xian even if he could find Yi Xian. Chapter 1052. At the peak of the Cloud Mountain. Bang! 3 figures landed heavily on the peak of the mountain, creating a large crater and causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently. Chi! Yi Xian and Tong Tian appeared, and a trace of indifferent killing intent flashed across Yi Xian's eyes. There was dead silence, and killing intent overflowed. Lao Tzu and the other 2 were bound by the space-time chains, and their cultivations were completely sealed. They lay on the ground like dead dogs, and their eyes were filled with despair. They did not beg for mercy, nor did they roar, because the 3 of them knew Yi Xian's temperament very well. Even if they begged for mercy, Yi Xian would not let them go. I only regret not killing you back then, or would I have suffered today? Yuanshi Tianzun smiled bitterly, and there was great regret in his eyes. If he could kill Yi Xian at all costs back then, he would not have fallen into Yi Xian's hands today. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Although Yuanshi Tianzun was extremely regretful, he also knew that his time was up. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Rumble. Yi Xian's face was indifferent, and his 5 fingers seemed to lift up the entire sky. The power of spacetime gathered in the void, and the saber light condensed, as if it would kill the 3 on the spot in the next moment. Great terror was born between life and death. This was not just a saying. Junior brother Tong Tian. Suddenly, without waiting for Yi Xian to act ruthlessly, the old man let out a sorrowful roar towards the Grand Master of Heaven. This caused the Grand Master of Heaven to frown, but he still bowed towards Yi Xian and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, can you, before Tong Tian could finish speaking, Yi Xian already knew that Tong Tian wanted to plead for Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan. He directly interrupted, "Daoist Tong Tian, you saved their lives back then. This is a grudge between me and them, so forgive me for not agreeing to your request." As Yi Xian's words fell, Tong Tian was speechless, because what Yi Xian said was right. He had spared Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan's lives back then. If he pleaded for them now, he, Tong Tian, would be pushing his luck. Junior brother, the three pure ones share the same roots. Do you really want to watch Yuanshi and I die in front of you? Lao Tzu roared in grief. Obviously, Lao Tzu knew very well that if they wanted to live, Tong Tian was their last chance. Yi Dao Yu, I, the three pure ones shared the same origin, and they were all created by Pangu's primordial spirit splitting into three parts. Although Tong Tian hated Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan, how could he watch them die in front of him? He couldn't do it. Tong Tian really couldn't do it, so he bowed to Yi Xian with an ashamed expression. Clearly, he was going to throw away his pride and beg Yi Xian to let them go again today. Daoist Tong Tian, Yi Xian has been rude. Boom! Heaven and earth changed. A strand of space-time power grew in Yi Xian's hand and instantly wrapped around Tong Tian's body. Before Tong Tian could plead for them, he was sent out of this world by Yi Xian. Obviously, if Tong Tian were to plead for mercy, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to refuse. After all, Tong Tian had helped him many times, so he could only let Lao Tzu and Yuanshi live. Therefore, Yi Xian used space-time power to send Tong Tian away. This was a way to solve the problem and prevent the two from hurting each other's relationship. You want Daoist Tong Tian to save you? You're really daydreaming. Yi Xian muttered indifferently. Heavenly Sovereign, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Taishang Laojun knelt and kowtowed, begging Yi Xian loudly. If Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan were doomed to die, then he still had a glimmer of hope. After all, he had followed Yi Xian and made many contributions to the celestial court. Looking at Taishang Laojun's extremely humble appearance, Yi Xian said indifferently, Laojun, back then, Luoho bewitched you and made you fight for the opportunity to become a sage. At that time, I forgave you, and you even promised me that you would never betray the celestial court. However, after the celestial court was destroyed, you fled at the last moment. You have disappointed me too much. Boom! Yi Xian said emotionlessly. His 5 fingers stretched out and the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Taishang Laojun exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. His soul was directly scattered between heaven and earth. Some people could be forgiven, but some people could not be forgiven. Yi Xian spared Kunpeng's life and gave him a chance to reincarnate. That was because Kunpeng was only greedy for life and afraid of death. However, Taishang Laojun was different. He was too ambitious and had never thought of being loyal to Yi Xian and the celestial court. Therefore, such a person had to die, and Yi Xian would not have any mercy. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yuanshi Tianzuan laughed wildly. His laughter was mournful and bitter. Yi Xian, don't think that you are really invincible. Even if we die in your hands today, so what? You won't live for long. Yuanshi Tianzuan cursed bitterly. Using strength to prove one's Tao is the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Even the great god Pangu has fallen. You, Yi Xian, will also die in the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. You are delusional to think that you can become the saint of all saints. Lao Tzu threw caution to the wind. Since there was no way out, he was naturally not afraid of Yi Xian. He even shouted out the resentment in his heart. Whether I can survive the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao is not up to you. Even if I fall in the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, you won't be able to see it. You can die now. Rumble. The spacetime chains glowed and the terrifying spacetime power tightened the bodies of Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan. The space-time chains that strangled everything were too terrifying. With a loud bang, Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzun exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The two Hongmeng immortal qi also fell into Yi Xian's hands. All of a sudden, something strange happened. Two clear qi soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Yi Xian did not have time to react. Space-time reversal. Yi Xian's expression changed. The space-time power was activated and the space-time he was in was constantly reversing, trying to pull the two clear qi back. Unfortunately, even though the space-time was reversing, the two clear qi did not appear at all. It was as if they had never appeared. This made Yi Xian frown and a sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart. What are those things? Yi Xian murmured heavily, a touch of worry flashing across his eyes. Yi Xian was very sure that he'd already killed Laozi and the heavenly sovereign of primordial beginning. Those two strands of clear energy definitely weren't their primordial spirits, but if they weren't, then what were those two strands of clear energy? All of a sudden, Yi Xian's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had thought of something. Pangu's primordial spirit? Yi Xian whispered in shock. Yes, it must be. The two clear qi must be Pangu's primordial spirit. Yi Xian roared in his heart. He was very sure of his judgment. Legend had it that the three clear sages were formed by Pangu's primordial spirit splitting into three parts. Now that Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzun had died, their bodies were still Pangu's primordial spirits. Even the space-time power could not destroy them. Chapter 1053. Where did Pangu's primordial spirit go? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. A big question appeared in Yi Xian's heart, and he felt a great threat. Yi Xian could sense everything in the universe, but no matter how hard he tried to find the two primordial spirits, he could not sense the whereabouts of Pangu's primordial spirit. Rumble. Oh no, Tong Tian is in danger. Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he let out a furious roar. His eyes were filled with regret. Careless, he was too careless. Rumble. At the same time, Tong Tian stood in the depths of luminous starry sky. He was slightly dispirited, and he kept sighing. Tong Tian knew very well that Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzun would die without a doubt. There was no chance of survival. Although Tong Tian had a lot of resentment towards the two, the three of them were still Pangu's primordial spirit. The deaths of Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzun made Tong Tian feel a little sorry. Suddenly, Tong Tian's mind stirred, and he looked into the depths of the starry sky. His voice was sharp, and he said, "Who are you? How dare you spy on me?" Rumble. 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 Tao ancestor Hongjun walked out from the depths of the starry sky, and his entire person appeared in front of Tong Tian. Master Hongjun. Tong Tian was stunned when he saw who it was, but he still hurriedly bowed to Tao ancestor Hongjun and said, "Disciple Tong Tian greets Master." Tong Tian, do you know that your senior and junior brothers have fallen? Tao ancestor Hongjun's face was expressionless, and his voice was a little low. This, Tong Tian looked ashamed and did not know how to answer Tao ancestor Hongjun's question. The three pure ones share the same origin and are all formed from Pangu's primordial spirit. Your senior brother and junior brother were killed by Yi Xian. Don't you want to avenge them? Tao ancestor Hongjun said in a low voice. Master, the grudge between Lao Tzu and Yuanshi and Yi Xian has long been irreconcilable. Yi Xian and I are close friends, so I can only choose not to help either side, Tong Tian replied helplessly. The three pure ones are bound together for good or ill. Since you don't want to avenge your senior and junior brothers, I'll take the initiative to reunite the three pure ones today, Tao ancestor Hongjun said coldly. Hearing Tao ancestor Hong Jun's words, the Grand Master of Heaven did not react. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. This was because his entire body was frozen in the starry sky. His cultivation as a heavenly path saint was also stagnant. Master. What are you doing? Tong Tian looked at Hong Jun in shock, and his eyes were heavy. Disciple Tong Tian, although I don't want to kill you, this is your destiny. I can only apologize to you. Boom! Tao ancestor Hong Jun mercilessly struck out with his palm, and Tong Tian's body shattered with a loud bang. His entire body turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He was deader than dead. Hong Jun, how dare you? Rumble. The starry sky shook and the stars collapsed. Yi Xian traversed the starry sky and slapped down at Tao ancestor Hong Jun with a huge hand that blotted out the sky. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was still a step too late. Tong Tian still died in Hong Jun's hands. Yi Xian, you're too late. Tao ancestor Hong Jun laughed out loud and instantly disappeared. A wisp of clear qi also disappeared in the starry sky. Buzz. Yi Xian instantly appeared where Tao ancestor Hong Jun was, but Tao ancestor Hong Jun had already left. In the bloody mist that Tong Tian had exploded, a wisp of primordial violet qi and the 4 immortal vanquishing swords were floating in it. Clang! Clang! The 4 immortal vanquishing swords were wailing as the immortal vanquishing array diagram rotated. However, their master had already disappeared and never appeared in the world again. Damn it! Yi Xian roared angrily as the starry sky in all directions collapsed. He wanted to find Tao ancestor Hong Jun's location, but unfortunately, Tao ancestor Hong Jun had already merged with the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian was unable to find his true body. Although Tao ancestor Hong Jun was not Yi Xian's match, he could completely merge with the will of the heavenly Tao. Even if Yi Xian controlled the power of space-time, he would not be able to find him. Tong Tian. Yi Xian roared in pain. His eyes were filled with regret. He had underestimated Tong Tian. If he had kept Tong Tian by his side, he would not have let Tong Tian suffer such a life-and-death calamity. Unfortunately, it was useless even if Yi Xian regretted it. Everything had already happened. He did not even have the chance to redeem himself. Pangu's essence soul. Yi Xian gradually calmed himself down. He had already discovered an extremely serious problem. Obviously, the deaths of Lao Tzu and Yuanshi Tianzuan had caused the two of them to transform into 2 Pangu's essence souls. These 2 Pangu's essence souls must have fallen into the hands of Tao ancestor Hong Jun. That was why he had killed Tong Tian immediately and seized the last Pangu's essence soul. The heavenly Tao was supreme and all living things submitted to it. Hong Jun had merged with the heavens and controlled the entire untainted world. Obviously, he had taken the 3 Pangu's essence souls to deal with him. He wants to recreate the great god Pangu. Yi Xian muttered gloomily as he thought of this extremely terrifying matter. Impossible. Suddenly, Yi Xian denied his own judgment. One had to know that the great god Pangu had already fallen in the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. He was truly dead and could not be resurrected. However, a huge question arose in Yi Xian's heart. Why did Hong Jun want to gather Pangu's essence soul? What did he want to do? Pangu's true body? Yi Xian woke up abruptly and shouted furiously. He instantly put away Tongqian's primordial violet qi, the 4 immortal slaying swords, and the immortal slaying formation diagram. He disappeared into the starry sky and hurried towards Mount Buzhou in the lower realm. Mount Buzhou, the 33rd celestial court. The vast and boundless mountain range had cracked open, and the sky-piercing peaks had collapsed. Immortal light filled the sky as a large number of immortals and demon kings were repairing the damaged Mount Buzhou. Rumble. Yi Xian instantly appeared in the sky above Mount Buzhou. When he saw the cracked earth, his aura turned extremely gloomy. Just as I thought. Yi Xian roared in anger. Yi Xian finally understood the meaning of these two sentences. As the saying goes, if you're one step behind, you'll be able to take every step forward. If you can't catch up, you won't be able to catch up at all. The disappearance of the Panga true body was obviously taken away by Tao ancestor Hongjun. This simply infuriated Yi Xian to the extreme. Careless, too careless. He should have thought of it earlier. The three pure ones were transformed from Panga's essence soul, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery in ancient times condensed the Panga true body. There must be an unimaginable connection between them. Hongjun, you want to recreate Pangu to kill me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a touch of coldness flashed across his eyes. Chapter 1054. Pangu's real body. Pangu's primordial spirit. Yi Xian could not think of any other reason if Tao ancestor Hongjun did not want to recreate Pangu. Celestial Master. The members of the celestial court rushed over, each with a look of shame on their faces. Humph, Yi Xian snorted coldly and murmured, so what if you want to recreate Pangu? Let's see who will emerge victorious after I pass through the 8 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. Yi Xian's invincible momentum had been established and he would not be afraid of anyone or anything. Even if Pangu really did reappear in the world, it would just be a battle. Rumble. Yi Xian took a step forward and entered the 33rd floor of the celestial court. It was also at this moment that 81 bells rang from the celestial court and everyone in the celestial court rushed to the celestial worthy palace. The celestial worthy palace. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void while the members of the celestial court stood on both sides of the palace. For a moment, the entire celestial court was extremely quiet and everyone's eyes were on Yi Xian. Chi chi chi. Yi Xian casually shot out 6 rays of purple light that immediately illuminated the entire celestial worthy palace and made the members of the celestial court even more excited. Even the whistling from their mouths began to become hurried. 7 rays of Hongmeng immortal qi represented 7 sages. At this moment, all of them were in the hands of Yi Xian and the 7 sages of the world had long been annihilated. There was no sage in the world. These 4 simple words described the situation in the untainted world. Because all the sages had fallen, all 7 rays of Hongmeng immortal qi were in the hands of Yi Xian. For a moment, the celestial worthy palace was extremely quiet. No one made a sound because the members of the celestial court knew that Yi Xian had summoned them here to announce something. The 7 heavenly Tao saint positions represent 7 heavenly Tao saints. However, I have something to tell you. Anyone who obtains a saint position will have to listen to Tao ancestor Hongjun. They will be shackled under the heavenly Tao and will eventually become enemies with me, Yi Xian. Yi Xian said indifferently. Hiss. As Yi Xian's words fell, the sound of gasps could be heard. The celestial court's originally fiery emotions suddenly cooled down. Everyone wanted the holy birth, but becoming enemies with Yi Xian was not an outcome they wanted to see. The fiery gazes of Dong Huangtai and the others gradually calmed down. Even the Nether River Patriarch, who was the most enthusiastic about the holy seat, was silent at this moment. What kind of joke was this? Unless they were tired of living, they would become enemies with Yi Xian for the sake of a holy birth. Good, you are all very loyal. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile and a look of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. What was a heavenly Tao saint? Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. Without the heavenly Tao, there would be no saints. The so-called heavenly Tao saints were actually born from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao bestowed this person with power that surpassed that of a quasi-saint. This was the so-called heavenly Tao saint. Therefore, the heavenly Tao saints were manipulated by the heavenly Tao, which meant that they were manipulated by Hongjun. Yi Xian naturally did not want the celestial court members to become the new heavenly Tao saints. Today, Yi Xian had summoned the celestial court members here to explain the situation. After all, everyone knew that the Hongmeng immortal vapor was in his hands. If he did not explain the situation clearly, it would inevitably cause the celestial court members to wonder who was the candidate to become a saint. Of course, as a qualified leader, Yi Xian was also very clear about the reason why the celestial court members had always followed him. The so-called loyalty was based on mutual benefits. Because the celestial court members believed that Yi Xian could lead them to stand at the top, they had always been loyal to Yi Xian. And Yi Xian had also done it. He had never disappointed them. Looking at the untainted land, the 33 celestial courts would definitely stand at the top. I will not make any promises to you. If I can pass the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao and become the saint of all saints, this untainted land will be under your control. At that time, I will establish 18 holy births, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Thank you, Celestial Master. The celestial court members were invigorated and their eyes lit up. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Then, they all bid farewell to Yi Xian. Beichen, Fatso Huang, the two of you stay. When the celestial court members left, Yi Xian called out to the two of them. Sir. Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen bowed. At this moment, only the 3 of them were left in the celestial master palace. Looking at Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen, Yi Xian's eyes seemed to be drifting. The 2 of them had been following him for more than 3 million years. 3 million years was an extremely long time. The 2 of them were definitely his most trusted aides. Yi Xian also had special feelings for the 2 of them. Although Gu Beichen and Fatso Huang respected him as their master, Yi Xian actually treated the 2 of them as brothers. This kind of relationship was accumulated over 3 million years. The 2 of you have followed me for countless years and are now at the peak of the sage-to-be. I am not far from the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way. If I can break through the shackles and become the saint of all saints, the 2 of you will follow me and leave this world. If I fall between heaven and earth, then the 2 of you will submit to the heavenly way and be saints of the heavenly way. Yi Xian said in a low voice, as if he was making arrangements for his death. Sir, if you die, we die. If you live, we live. Gu Beichen said firmly. That's right. If you fall under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way, then we will die with you. Fatso Huang said with a smile, but his eyes were extremely determined. All right. Yi Xian smiled and said, if you want me, Yi Xian, to die, it's not that easy. You have accompanied me through thousands of tribulations and tens of thousands of difficulties. There are only 2 steps left. I, Yi Xian, will not fail. Ha! Fatso Huang laughed loudly and said, Sir, if you die, who will take the 2 of us to see the magnificent big world outside the 3 realms? Sir, you once said that the so-called 3 realms is just a prison. The great way of the prison is incomplete, so no one can become a saint. The so-called saints of the heavenly way are only false saints. Beichen also wants to see the magnificent chaotic world outside. If possible, I want to compete with those chaotic creatures in the chaotic world. Gu Beichen said excitedly. There is no end to war. Great Wei Tongtian, good, good, good. Yi Xian praised, because Gu Beichen also said what was in his heart. From today on, the 2 of you will be in charge of everything in the celestial court, and I will also concentrate on waiting for the arrival of the 8th tribulation of the heavenly way, and make the final preparations for the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way. Yi Xian said seriously. Sir, rest assured. As long as the 2 of us are in the celestial court, there will be no trouble. Fatso Huang patted his chest and promised. More than 3 million years had passed, and the 2 of them were not weak people in the past. They had grown to the peak of sage-to-be. Even Dong Huang Tai and the others might not be able to defeat the two of them. Well, the celestial court will be handed over to the two of you. Yi Xian laughed loudly, and disappeared from the celestial worthy palace. The world was boundless, and the universe was vast. No one knew if the world had an end, but legend said that the end of the world was the end of the world. Heaven's end, sea's end. The slanting cliff pierced the sky, and the sea water surged. A deep and quiet figure stood on the heaven's end. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and looked up at the boundless illusory sea in front of him. There was a black halberd beside him. You're finally here. Luoho did not turn around, as if he had been standing there for a long time, waiting for someone to come. Of course I'm here. Buzz. Time and space disappeared, and ripples appeared. Yi Xian strolled out of the void. He stood on the heaven's end, and looked at the boundless illusory sea in front of him, and his aura was still. Chapter 1055. The ends of the world, the end of the wilderness. Beneath our feet is the boundless illusory sea. This is also the end of the world, Luoho said in a low voice. Since this is the end of the world, why don't you walk out? Yi Xian asked calmly. The road has come to an end. What lies ahead is a dead end. How can I walk out? Luoho finally looked at Yi Xian. Roads are created by people. When more people walk on them, there will naturally be a road, Yi Xian said. But no one can walk on this road. Anyone who steps on this road is already dead. You, me, even that rat Dan Hongjun, or your master Yuan Ling, as long as you walk to the end of the road, the only outcome is death, Luoho said in a bleak voice. Since you know that you will die, why do you still step on this road? Yi Xian asked calmly. Because I want to go home. I don't want to be trapped in this cage. Not only me, Yuan Ling is also the same. He also wants to go home, so he hoped to use the immortal scripture to break free. But instead, he created you, Luoho said in a self-deprecating voice. Yi Xian, do you know that this world is actually a prison set up by Pangu? You, me, and even Yuan Ling are all prisoners. The so-called will of the heavenly Tao is actually Pangu's will. He opened up the wilderness and imprisoned everything in his body, Luoho said tirelessly. Yi Xian listened silently and did not interrupt Luoho. This was because Luoho was telling him about the past, which was also the many secrets of the world. It even involved the world outside the wilderness. Pangu is the same as you. He also cultivated the immortal scripture. Unfortunately, he still died under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. In the end, he did not become the saint of all saints. Do you know who created the immortal scripture? Let me tell you, the immortal scripture is the most precious treasure of the immortal heaven palace in the chaotic world. The creator of the immortal scripture is called the immortal heaven lord. He is an existence that you can't imagine. Pangu stole the immortal scripture and the heaven-destroying halberd from the immortal heaven palace and then escaped from the chaotic world. Not only did he steal the undying immortal scripture, he even brazenly took the boundless secular world technique from the human Tao sacred hall. What kind of people do you think the alternative Tao cultivators are? Luoho looked at Yi Xian with a hint of self-mockery. I, Luoho, Yuan Ling, Landya, Patriarch Bodhi and Hongjun actually have the same identity. We are all one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. Back then, when Pangu stole the immortal scripture and the boundless secular world technique, the immortal heaven lord was furious and ordered the 3,000 demon gods to hunt down Pangu. When the 3,000 demon gods found Pangu, Pangu was crossing the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. He killed all the 3,000 demon gods in one fell swoop, but he also fell in the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. The funny thing is that the 3,000 demon gods all died, and only a few of us survived. But when we wanted to leave this world, we found that we couldn't break through the heaven and earth, and could only be imprisoned in the prison that Pangu had turned into. As the saying goes, different people have different hearts. I, Landya, Yuan Ling, we all wanted to find a way home. But in the end, we found that only by breaking the prison set by Pangu could we return to the chaotic world. Patriarch Bodhi had lost his ambition and only wanted to cultivate his body and mind in this prison. Hong Jun was even more of a scoundrel. He combined himself with the will of the heavenly Tao and completely imprisoned himself in this prison. But because he received the power bestowed by the will of the heavenly Tao, no one could match him, and he truly became an invincible existence in this prison. Do you know why Hong Jun wanted to kill me back then? Luo Ho laughed at himself and looked at Yi Xian, saying, because of the boundless secular world technique. Because I was the only one who knew where the boundless secular world technique was. He was afraid that if I cultivated the boundless secular world technique, I would break this prison, and then he would die. Yuan Ling was much smarter. When Pangu died, he got the immortal scripture and the heaven-destroying halberd. He kept looking for people to cultivate this technique because he knew that each of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was extremely terrible. He was afraid that he would die in the tribulation, so you appeared later. But when you gradually got out of his control, he finally couldn't help but attack you, because he was afraid that you would really pass the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. At that time, not only would he not be able to find the way home, but he would also die in your hands. Listening to Luo Ho slowly talk about many secrets, Yi Xian listened quietly, but his eyes kept flashing with surprise. If Luo Ho hadn't revealed these secrets today, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to know. This also made Yi Xian finally understand Yuan Ling's true identity. I still have a question. Since the immortal scripture and the heaven-destroying halberd were stolen from the immortal heavenly palace, then what about my nirvana battle armor? This should also be a product of the chaotic world, right? Also, why did the weapon spirit of the heaven-destroying halberd turn into the god-killing spear? Yi Xian didn't mince his words and asked the doubts in his heart. I've never heard of your nirvana battle armor. Even the immortal heavenly lord doesn't have this battle armor, but I can feel that the nirvana battle armor and the heaven-destroying halberd have the same origin. I can't answer your question. Luo Ho frowned. Obviously, at this time, Luo Ho didn't have anything to hide, because he really didn't know the origin of the nirvana battle armor, and he didn't know why it appeared in this prison. Back then, the 3,000 demon gods and Pangu fought a great battle. In that battle, the 3,000 demon gods were all killed, and Pangu fell under the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. I think the heaven-destroying halberd was also damaged at that time. As for the god-killing spear being the weapon spirit of the heaven-destroying halberd, I only found out after the two became one. Luo Ho said tirelessly. Clearly, in that great battle, the 3,000 demon gods were destroyed by Pangu, and their spiritual treasures became ownerless. In the chaos, Yuan Ling took away the immortal scripture and the heaven-destroying halberd, and Luo Ho naturally also took some powerful spiritual treasures, including the god-killing spear. Landya's immortal slaying flying saber, Ancestor Hongjuan's fortune jade disc, and Ancestor Bodhi's Bodhi root were all divided among them. To put it bluntly, many of the spiritual treasures in the untainted land were actually left behind by the 3,000 demon gods. Luo Ho had said everything he needed to say, and Yi Xian also learned many secrets, and he also understood the origins of Luo Ho and the others. However, in my opinion, whether it's Hong Jun or Yuan Ling, they're all cowards. They can't be compared with me, Luo Ho. Suddenly, Luo Ho pulled out the heaven-destroying halberd from the ground, and the power of the mortal world burst out. The heaven-destroying halberd pointed at Yi Xian, and a murderous intent spread out from Luo Ho. Yuan Ling used you as a wedding dress, Landya is just Yuan Ling's follower, Bodhi lives in seclusion, and Hong Jun becomes the heavenly Tao's puppet. Each of them is trash in my opinion, Luo Ho. They don't have an invincible heart, and they can't achieve great things in the end. But I, Luo Ho, am different. I only believe in my own strength, and I dare to cultivate the boundless secular world to become the saint of all saints. I don't care even if my soul is destroyed. As long as I kill you today, I can pass through the 7 disasters of the secular world, and walk step by step towards becoming the saint of all beings. Luoho roared coldly, and the power of the mortal world soared into the sky. The power of nirvana flashed on the heaven-destroying halberd, and the murderous intent of the heaven-destroying halberd was locked on Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I, Luoho, have been unhindered for a lifetime. Even when Hongjun and Tian Yingdao injured me, I never looked up to him, because he was just a puppet of the heavenly Tao, and will always be a prisoner. As for Yuan Ling and the others, they are all good-for-nothings. Only you, Yi Xian, are worthy of being my opponent. Rumble. Luoho roared, and the aura of fighting the heavens and destroying the earth burst out. His essence, qi, and spirit had been brewed to the extreme. Today, he wanted to sublimate to the extreme and fight with Yi Xian. As long as he defeated Yi Xian, he could pass through the 7 disasters of the secular world, and walk step by step towards the path of returning home. Chapter 1056. I am invincible against the heavens and the earth. Not only did Yi Xian have an invincible heart, Luoho also had an invincible heart. His path was very similar to Yi Xian's. He only believed in himself and did not believe in external forces. Yi Xian, as long as I step on your bones, I, Luoho, will be truly fearless. I will definitely become the saint of all saints and return to the chaotic world. Go to hell. Rumble. The power of the mortal world soared into the sky. Luoho held the heaven's punishment halberd and blasted towards Yi Xian. The terrible power of nirvanic extermination flashed on the tip of the halberd as if it was going to destroy everything. In the face of Luoho's attack, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a touch of seriousness. His figure kept retreating as he did not want to face Luoho's attack head-on. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was at the peak of the 7 tribulations of the heavenly way, which was 1 realm higher than Luoho's, the power of nirvanic extermination was too terrible. It was one of the strongest forces in the world. Even if Yi Xian's physical body was strong enough, he would definitely suffer if he was hit by the heaven's punishment halberd. His physical body would definitely not be able to withstand the heaven's punishment halberd. Although Yi Xian's figure was retreating, a small tree appeared between his eyebrows. Wisps of space-time power were surrounding him. Space-time shift. Yi Xian struck out with his palm and the space-time power burst out. The space-time of this world was distorted to the extreme. Luoho's attack became illusory and could not lock onto Yi Xian's position at all. Nirvanic extermination. The halberd rolled and destroyed everything. The heaven's punishment halberd shook and the boundless dark power of nirvanic extermination burst out. The space-time of this world was shattered and the ray of cold light of nirvanic extermination pierced towards Yi Xian's eyebrows. Qi. Yi Xian stumbled backwards as blood splattered across the sky. Even though he managed to avoid Luoho's fatal blow, his shoulder was still wounded by the heaven-destroying halberd. Whine. The power of nirvanic extermination was too terrifying. It was a power that could destroy everything. Even the power of time and space could not completely block it. Yi Xian's shoulder was constantly melting, and the power of nirvanic extermination was constantly destroying his body. Whine. The tree of spacetime frantically swayed between Yi Xian's eyebrows, pouring down a large amount of spacetime power, finally dispelling the power of nirvanic extermination. However, Yi Xian's shoulder was already a bloody mess, and one could faintly see the white bones within. Yi Xian, you can't beat me. Luoho's attack succeeded, and a ferocious roar came from his mouth. He had gained the upper hand and did not allow anyone to attack Yi Xian again. The power of the red dust drove the punishing heaven halberd, making Luoho an unbeatable existence. Nirvanic armor. Yi Xian's eyes were gloomy as he roared. Strands of black lightning flashed on his body, and the nirvanic armor that he had not used for a long time appeared. Sword, come. Clang. Clang. Kill. Yi Xian was at a disadvantage because he did not have a weapon. At this moment, he could only use the clang. 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 The four immortal slaying swords were indeed very strong, but they were still too weak when facing the heaven-punishing halberd. With a swing of Luoho's halberd, the four immortal slaying swords were sent flying, once again violently charging towards Yi Xian. Clang! 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 Yi Xian punched out. This punch was like a dragon, and the terrifying fist radiance contained the power of time and space. This also made Luoho roar as he attacked Yi Xian with his halberd. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and Luoho was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his heaven-destroying halberd almost slipped out of his hand. On the other side, Yi Xian's fist was bleeding. The terrifying clang. 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 The Nirvana battle armor was invulnerable, and it also contained the power of Nirvana. This battle armor came from the same source as the heaven-punishing halberd. Although it wasn't as destructive as the heaven-punishing halberd, it was still able to offset the damage that the heaven-punishing halberd brought to Yi Xian. Clang! 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 Yi Xian slowly walked through the sky. With every step he took, the world trembled. The four immortal slaying swords revolved around him. The Nirvana battle armor erupted with black lightning, and that strand of space-time energy distorted the space and time between heaven and earth. Clang! Luoho! You are no match for me. Even if you can control the clang. Clang! 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 Yi Xian said indifferently. An extremely terrifying aura burst out. He was not going to hold back and was about to unleash all of his cultivation. Kill! The corner of Rahu's mouth was stained with blood as the power of the mortal world erupted. He once again swung the heavenly punishing halberd as he crazily charged towards Yi Xian. Clang! 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 Yi Xian's punch contained the power of time and space, as well as his cultivation of the seven tribulations of the heavenly Tao. He even channeled the power of Nirvana from the Nirvana battle body. This punch was also his strongest. Clang! The clang! Clang! The clang! Clang! The clang! 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 The clang! 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 Luoho's palm was cracking, and then it spread out like a spider web towards his entire body. It was all because Yi Xian's punch was too terrifying, causing him to suffer extremely serious injuries. Clang! I told you. You are no match for me. Yi Xian strolled through the sky. His essence, energy, and spirit had already been raised to the peak. The four immortal slaying swords revolved around the power of time and space as they shot towards Luoho. At the same time, he swung his fists and punched out a sky full of fist lights, wanting to completely suppress Luoho. Clang! Yi Xian! It's too early for you to be complacent. Luoho wielded his halberd to receive the attack. His face was filled with a ferocious expression, and his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with overflowing killing intent. Clang! 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 The great halberd was ice-cold and filled with nirvanic extermination. Being entangled by this strange red line, the Nirvana battle armor had long since dispersed. Yi Xian couldn't use his cultivation and could only watch as the heaven-punishing halberd pierced through his chest. Clang! 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 A large amount of blood flowed out from Yi Xian's chest, gradually dyeing the heavenly execution halberd red. His entire body was nailed in the air, and blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.